In the year 1273, a Dominican friar named Thomas Aquinas abruptly stopped writing. He had been working on his masterpiece, the Summa Theologica, for 8 years. When asked why he ceased his work, he reportedly said that everything he had written seemed like straw compared to what had been revealed to him. 3 months later, he was dead. But what this man accomplished in his 49 years would shape the intellectual foundation of Western civilization for the next 7.5 centuries. Thomas Aquinas did not simply write theology. He constructed an entire system of thought that attempted to explain everything. The nature of existence, the structure of reality, how we know anything, why things change, what makes actions right or wrong, and how society should be organized. He synthesized the newly rediscovered philosophy of Aristotle with Christian theology, creating a framework so comprehensive and rigorous that it became the official philosophical foundation of the Catholic Church and influenced philosophy, law, politics, and ethics far beyond religious boundaries. To understand Aquinas is to understand the hinge between the ancient world and modernity. Before him stood Plato and Aristotle, Augustine and the early Church Fathers. After him came the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and eventually the modern world. Aquinas took the tools of Greek rationalism and applied them to medieval Christianity, but what emerged was neither purely Greek nor purely Christian. It was something new, a systematic philosophy built on the conviction that faith and reason are not enemies but partners in the pursuit of truth. This is not a story about theology alone. It is about fundamental questions that remain urgent today. Can reason alone discover moral truth, or do we need divine revelation? Is there an objective purpose built into nature, or do we create our own meaning? Can we prove that God exists through logical argument? What is the relationship between universal principles and individual cases? How do we balance competing goods when making ethical decisions? What is the nature of law, and when must we disobey it? Aquinas answered these questions with a clarity and depth that continues to provoke fierce debate. His ideas have been praised as the summit of human reasoning and attacked as the epitome of medieval dogmatism. They have been revived, revised, and reinterpreted in every century since his death. Modern philosophers still grapple with his arguments about existence and essence, causation and contingency, intention and consequence. Legal theorists still invoke his natural law framework. Ethicists still debate his virtue theory. But Aquinas is not easy. His thought is demanding, technical, and built on concepts that seem alien to modern minds. He wrote in a world where everyone assumed that reality had intrinsic purposes, where philosophy and theology were not separate disciplines, where the aim of knowledge was wisdom rather than power. To understand him requires patience and effort. It requires setting aside contemporary assumptions and entering a different intellectual universe. But the reward is immense. A comprehensive worldview that offers profound answers to the deepest questions of human existence. Part 1. The Revolutionary Synthesis. Thomas was born around 1225 in the Kingdom of Sicily at the castle of Roccasecca, near the town of Aquino. His family was noble, connected to both the Holy Roman Emperor and the King of France. By the standards of his world, he was destined for a respectable career in the church hierarchy. His family sent him at age 5 to the Benedictine monastery of Monte Cassino, expecting him eventually to become its abbot, a position of considerable wealth and power. But Thomas had different plans. The 13th century was a period of explosive intellectual ferment. The university system was just beginning to emerge in Paris, Bologna, and Oxford. For centuries, most of Western philosophy had been lost. The works of Aristotle, the greatest systematic philosopher of antiquity, had largely disappeared from Latin Europe. They survived only in fragmentary form through the translations and commentaries of a few Roman authors like Boethius and Cicero. But during the 12th and 13th centuries, these texts came flooding back into Europe through a surprising route: the Islamic world. Muslim scholars had preserved, translated, and extensively commented upon Aristotle. Thinkers like Avicenna and Averroes had created sophisticated philosophical systems that integrated Aristotelian thought with Islamic theology. When these works were translated from Arabic into Latin, European scholars suddenly had access to a complete system of philosophy that addressed logic, metaphysics, physics, ethics, politics, and biology with unprecedented rigor and sophistication. This was revolutionary and deeply threatening. The problem was this: Aristotle had been a pagan. He knew nothing of Christianity, nothing of divine revelation, nothing of Christ. Yet his philosophy seemed to explain the natural world with such power and coherence that ignoring it was impossible. Some of his conclusions appeared to contradict Christian doctrine. He seemed to suggest that the world was eternal rather than created, that there was no personal immortality, that God did not know or care about individual human beings. Conservative theologians saw Aristotle as a dangerous corruption of pure Christian faith. In 1277, just after Aquinas died, the Bishop of Paris condemned 219 propositions, many of which were drawn from Aristotelian philosophy or from Aquinas' own works. Into this explosive situation stepped the young Thomas. Against his family's wishes, he joined the Dominican order, a new and controversial group of mendicant friars devoted to preaching and study. His family was so outraged that his brothers kidnapped him and held him prisoner for over a year, trying to dissuade him. According to one story, they even sent a prostitute to his room to tempt him away from his vow of celibacy. Thomas reportedly grabbed a burning piece of wood from the fire and chased her away, then traced a cross on the wall and fell asleep, praying beneath it. His determination was absolute. Eventually freed, Thomas went to Paris to study under Albert the Great, himself one of the pioneers in engaging with Aristotle. Albert saw that Aristotle's philosophy was too powerful to be simply dismissed or condemned. Instead, it needed to be understood, corrected where necessary, and integrated with Christian truth. Thomas absorbed this lesson and took it further than anyone else. He would not simply baptize Aristotle. He would use Aristotelian methods and concepts to construct an entirely new synthesis. The core conviction driving Aquinas' project was this: truth is one. If something is genuinely discovered through reason, and if something is genuinely revealed by God, they cannot ultimately contradict each other, because both come from the same source: the divine mind that created both human reason and divine revelation. Faith and reason are two paths to truth, and while revelation goes further than unaided reason can reach, reason itself is good, trustworthy, and necessary. This was a bold claim in an era of mounting tension between philosophy and theology. Aquinas distinguished carefully between what reason alone can discover and what requires revelation. He argued that some truth about God can be known through philosophical argument, that God exists, that God is one, that God is eternal and unchanging, that God is the cause of everything else. These truths are accessible to any rational person, Christian or not, who thinks carefully about the evidence of the natural world. But other truths are inaccessible to reason alone. That God is a Trinity, that God became incarnate in Christ, that human beings will be resurrected. These must be revealed because they depend on God's free decision to act in history. This distinction was crucial. It meant that philosophy had its own legitimate domain. Natural reason could investigate the structure of reality, the principles of ethics, the nature of the human soul, without needing to appeal to scripture or church authority at every step. Aquinas was not a fideist who believed that faith alone mattered. He was a rationalist who believed that reason could genuinely discover truth about the most fundamental questions of existence. But Aquinas was also not a pure rationalist who thought reason was sufficient. He argued that human reason, while good, was damaged by sin and limited by finitude. We make mistakes, we are biased, we are distracted by passions and self-interest. Revelation serves as a corrective and a guide, showing us truths we could theoretically discover on our own, but helping us reach them more reliably and completely. And Revelation also shows us truths we could never discover on our own, about God's inner life and God's plan for human salvation. This synthesis required Aquinas to master an astonishing range of material. He read and commented on virtually all of Aristotle's major works: the Physics, the Metaphysics, the Nicomachean Ethics, the Politics, the Posterior Analytics, On the Soul, and many others. He engaged deeply with Augustine, the most influential theologian in Western Christianity. He studied the Greek and Latin Church Fathers. He read Jewish philosophers like Maimonides and Muslim philosophers like Avicenna and Averroes. He incorporated insights from the Stoics and Neoplatonists. And he did all of this while teaching, preaching, traveling, engaging in theological disputes, and serving his Dominican order. The fruit of this labor was an extraordinary body of work produced in less than 20 years. His masterpiece was the Summa Theologica, the Summary of Theology, which he began writing around 1266. The title is modest, almost self-deprecating. Aquinas called it an instructional guide for beginners in theology. But the work is monumental. Over 2.5 million words in Latin, divided into 3 main parts, with hundreds of questions and thousands of articles. It is systematic, comprehensive, and relentlessly logical. The structure of the Summa reflects Aquinas' grand vision. Part 1 deals with God, God's existence, God's nature, how God knows and wills, how God creates, the nature of angels and human beings. Part 2 deals with ethics, the ultimate purpose of human life, the structure of moral action, virtue and vice, law and grace, the specific virtues and their corresponding vices. Part 3 deals with Christ, the incarnation, the life of Christ, the sacraments through which grace flows to believers. The work was never finished. Aquinas stopped writing in December 1273, leaving the final sections incomplete. A supplement compiled from his earlier writings filled some gaps, but the Summa remains a fragment, however magnificent. What made Aquinas revolutionary was not simply that he used Aristotle. Others had done that. What made him revolutionary was the rigor and systematicity with which he constructed his synthesis. He did not simply accept Aristotle's conclusions. He used Aristotle's methods: careful definition of terms, logical argumentation, attention to distinctions, analysis of objections, commitment to following the argument wherever it led. And he corrected Aristotle at key points, arguing that the world was created and is not eternal, that God knows individual things, and not just universal forms, that human souls are immortal. The method Aquinas used is called scholasticism, and it follows a precise format. Each question in the Summa begins with a series of objections, arguments against the position Aquinas will ultimately defend. Then comes a brief statement from authority, usually scripture or a church father, that points toward the correct answer. Then Aquinas gives his own response, often lengthy and intricate, that answers the question. Finally, he responds individually to each of the initial objections, showing why they fail or how they can be reconciled with his position. This method forces the thinker to confront the strongest arguments against his own view before defending it. It cultivates intellectual humility and rigor. But scholasticism, in the hands of Aquinas, was more than a method. It was a vision of knowledge itself. Aquinas believed that reality is intelligible. The world is not chaos or illusion. It has a rational structure that the human mind can grasp. This was not obvious in his time. Some theologians emphasized God's absolute freedom and power to the point where creation seemed arbitrary, governed by divine will rather than divine reason. Aquinas rejected this. He argued that God creates according to reason, that there are eternal laws and principles in the divine mind, and that these principles are reflected in the structure of creation. This made science possible. It meant that investigating nature was investigating God's handiwork, discovering the rational order that God had built into things. This conviction explains why Aquinas could be both a rigorous philosopher and a devout Christian. For him, there was no conflict. To use reason well was to honor God, who gave reason. To investigate nature carefully was to read the book of creation that God had written. Philosophy was not the enemy of theology, but its handmaiden, providing tools for understanding and defending revealed truth. And theology was not the enemy of philosophy, but its completion, showing reasoned truths that it could not reach on its own. Yet Aquinas was not naive about reason's power. He knew that most people do not think philosophically. He knew that philosophical argument is difficult, time-consuming, and subject to error. He knew that even brilliant thinkers disagree. This is why revelation is not merely helpful, but necessary. Without it, humanity would be lost in confusion about the most important matters. Most people would never discover moral truth, or would discover it too late, or would mix it with error. Divine revelation, given through Scripture and preserved by the Church, provides reliable guidance that all can access, not just philosophical experts. This dual commitment to reason and revelation positioned Aquinas perfectly for his historical moment. He stood between two extremes. On one side were the radical Aristotelians, followers of Averroes, who seemed to subordinate faith to philosophy, arguing that philosophy discovered truths that contradicted revelation but were true nonetheless. On the other side were the conservative theologians who wanted to reject Aristotle entirely, preserving faith by isolating it from philosophy. Aquinas rejected both extremes. Against the radical Aristotelians, he insisted that genuine truth could not contradict revelation. Against the conservatives, he insisted that reason was trustworthy and that Aristotle's insights could be integrated with Christian doctrine. This made him suspect to both sides. The condemnation of 1277, issued just 3 years after his death, targeted propositions that could be read as Thomistic. Answers. The Franciscan order, which had its own theological tradition rooted in Augustine and Bonaventure, viewed Aquinas with suspicion. but his Dominican order championed his work, and gradually his influence spread. By the 14th century, he was becoming the standard theological reference. By the 16th century, the Council of Trent placed his Summa on the altar next to Scripture during its deliberations. And in 1879, Pope Leo XIII declared Thomism the official philosophy of the Catholic Church, sparking a massive revival of his thought that lasted well into the 20th century. But Aquinas' influence extended far beyond Catholic theology. His natural law theory shaped Western legal philosophy and political thought. His virtue ethics influenced moral philosophy. His metaphysics of existence offered a distinctive alternative to both Platonism and modern materialism. His careful distinctions and rigorous argumentation set a standard for philosophical thinking. Even those who rejected his conclusions often adopted his methods. He showed that complex questions could be analyzed with precision, that objections deserved serious engagement, that intellectual honesty required following the argument wherever it led. To understand Aquinas is to see philosophy and theology not as separate domains, but as united in a common search for truth. It is to see reason and faith not as opponents, but as allies. It is to see the natural world not as mere matter in motion, but as charged with purpose and meaning. And it is to see human beings not as isolated individuals or social constructs, but as rational animals with a nature and a telos, a purpose built into what we are. The chapters that follow will explore the key pillars of this extraordinary system: his metaphysics of being, his arguments for God's existence, his natural law ethics, his virtue theory, his political philosophy, his understanding of human nature and the soul. We will see where his arguments succeed and where they fail. We will encounter his most brilliant insights and his most questionable assumptions. And we will discover why, 7.5 centuries later, philosophers are still arguing about whether Thomas Aquinas got it right. Part 2. The Metaphysics of Being. At the heart of Aquinas' entire philosophical system lies a single revolutionary insight about existence itself. This insight is so fundamental, so different from how most people think, that grasping it requires a complete reorientation of thought. Yet once grasped, it illuminates everything else in his philosophy: his arguments for God, his ethics, his understanding of human nature, his political theory. Everything flows from this metaphysical foundation. The insight is this: in everything that exists except God, there is a real distinction between what a thing is and that a thing is, between essence and existence, between the nature of something and the fact that it exists at all. This sounds abstract, perhaps even trivial, but it is neither. On. It is the key that unlocks Aquinas' entire worldview. Let us start with something concrete. Consider a horse. What makes a horse a horse? Its essence, its nature, its whatness. A horse has 4 legs, a mane, hooves, the ability to run, a particular digestive system, instincts for grazing and herd behavior. All of these characteristics together constitute what it is to be a horse, the essence of horseness. Now ask a different question. Why does this particular horse exist at all? Why is there something rather than nothing when it comes to this horse? For most philosophers before Aquinas, this second question seemed trivial or confused. Of course, things exist. What else is there to say about it? Existence was treated as just another property, like being brown or being fast. But Aquinas saw something deeper. He recognized that existence is not just another characteristic added to a list of properties. Existence is what makes all those properties actual rather than merely possible. It is the fundamental actuality that allows anything to be real at all. To understand this, Aquinas drew on concepts from Aristotle, but transformed them radically. Aristotle had distinguished between potentiality and actuality. A seed is potentially a tree, but an actual seed. A piece of marble is potentially a statue, but actually just marble. Potentiality is the capacity to become something. Actuality is being that something. This distinction explained change. Things change by actualizing potentials they already possess. Aquinas took this framework and applied it in a new way. He argued that in every created being, essence stands to existence as potency stands to act. The essence of a horse is like a potentiality waiting to be actualized by existence. Without existence, essence is nothing at all, not even potential. It is less than a possibility. Existence is the act that makes essence real, that brings it from absolute nothing into being. This is subtle. We are not saying that essences exist in some Platonic realm, waiting to be instantiated. We are not saying that essence and existence are two separate things that get glued together. Rather, they are two metaphysical principles within every created being. They are not parts you could separate, but rather different aspects of what it means for something finite to exist. Think of them as complementary principles that together constitute a complete existing thing. Why does this matter? Because it reveals the radical contingency of everything except God. Consider again our horse. Its essence does not include existence. We can understand perfectly well what a horse is without knowing whether any horses actually exist. We can define horseness, analyze its properties, understand its nature, all without making any claim about whether horses are real. The essence is indifferent to existence. This means the horse depends utterly on something outside itself to exist at all. Its existence is not necessary, not self-explanatory, not grounded in its own nature. And thus, this is true of everything finite. Your existence, my existence, the existence of stars and atoms and mountains and ideas, none of these things exist by virtue of what they are. Their essence does not necessitate their existence. Each could fail to exist without any contradiction. A universe without horses is perfectly coherent. A universe without you or me is perfectly coherent. Our existence is therefore derivative, caused, dependent on something that can grant existence. But notice what this implies. If existence is really distinct from essence in created things, if existence is a received act rather than something possessed inherently, then there must be something that gives existence. Something must cause the existence of things whose essence does not include existence. And that something cannot itself be a composite of essence and existence, because then it too would need a cause. There must be at least one being in which essence and existence are identical, a being that exists by virtue of what it is, a being whose very nature is to exist. This is how Aquinas arrives at God, not yet through the famous 5 ways, but through pure metaphysical analysis. If the essence and existence distinction is real, if it characterizes everything finite, then there must be something infinite in which essence and existence are one. This being would not receive existence from another. It would not depend on anything for its reality. It would exist necessarily, eternally, unchangeably. It would be pure actuality with no potentiality, because any potentiality would mean it could be more than it is, which would mean it received existence rather than being existence. Aquinas calls this being whose essence is existence pure, being itself, ipsum esse subsistens in Latin. Not a being among beings, but being as such. Not one more thing that exists, but the source and ground of all existence. This is God in Aquinas' metaphysics. Not the biggest entity in the universe, but the reason anything exists at all. The act that actualizes every essence, the eternal wellspring from which all finite being flows. But let us examine this more carefully, because critics have raised powerful objections. First, how do we know that essence and existence are really distinct? Aquinas argues that we can understand what something is without knowing whether it exists. We can define a dragon perfectly well, even though dragons do not exist. We can understand the nature of a million-sided polygon without being able to visualize it or confirm whether any physical object has precisely that shape. This shows that essence and existence are conceptually distinct. But does conceptual distinction prove real distinction? Not obviously. Just because I can think about essence separately from existence does not mean they are really separate principles in reality. I can think about the color of a ball separately from its shape, but color and shape are not really distinct metaphysical principles. They are just different aspects I can focus on mentally. So perhaps the essence and existence distinction is merely a distinction of reason, a way we choose to think about things, not a feature of reality itself. Aquinas anticipated this objection. He argues that if essence and existence were only conceptually distinct, then once we fully understood a thing's essence, we would know whether it exists. Understanding what a horse is would tell us whether horses exist. But this is clearly false. I can be an expert on horse biology, knowing everything about their nature and essence, while being entirely ignorant about whether any horses exist. A biologist could study extinct species whose essence she understands completely without those species existing. This shows that existence adds something real beyond essence, something not contained in or derivable from the essence itself. Furthermore, Aquinas argues, if essence and existence were not really distinct, then everything would exist necessarily. If a thing's nature included its existence, then understanding that nature would reveal that the thing must exist. But clearly, most things do not exist necessarily. Horses are contingent. They came into being at some point in evolutionary history and could go extinct. Their existence depends on prior causes, evolution, the right environmental conditions, continued reproduction. None of this would make sense if their essence included existence. But critics press further. Even if we grant that created things have essence and existence as distinct principles, why think there must be something in which they are identical? Why not say that existence is always distinct from essence, that everything is contingent, that there is no necessary being at all? Perhaps the universe itself is just a brute fact, contingent all the way down, with no ultimate explanation. Aquinas would respond that this violates a fundamental principle, that there cannot be an infinite regress of dependent beings. If every being depends on another for its existence, and that being depends on another, and so on infinitely, then nothing would exist. An infinite series of dependent beings, where each depends utterly on the next, would be like an infinite series of dominoes, where each falls only because the previous one hit it. But if there is no first domino that falls on its own, then none of them would ever fall. Similarly, if there is no being that exists on its own, independently necessarily, then nothing would exist. But is this argument sound? Critics from David Hume to Bertrand Russell have challenged it. Hume argued that explaining each individual thing in a series might be sufficient. If I explain why this horse exists by reference to its parents, and why they exist by reference to their parents, and so on, have I not explained everything that needs explaining? Why demand an explanation for the whole series beyond the explanations for each member? Aquinas would reply that this misses the point. We are not asking why this particular horse rather than that one. We are asking why horses exist at all rather than nothing. Why does existence get actualized in essences rather than essences remaining mere possibilities or not even that? The series of horses explains the distribution of existence among horses, but not why there is existence to be distributed. That requires a source of existence itself, something that does not receive existence but is existence. But even granting this, why think such a source exists? Perhaps existence is just a brute fact. Perhaps the universe and everything in it simply is, with no deeper explanation. This is logically possible. There is no formal contradiction in saying that contingent beings exist without any necessary being causing them. So what justifies Aquinas' move from the contingent of finite beings to the necessity of an infinite being? Here we encounter what might be called the principle of sufficient reason, though Aquinas never formulates it explicitly in those terms. The idea is that everything that exists has an explanation for its existence, either in its own nature or in something external. If a thing's nature does not include existence, then something external must explain why it exists. This seems intuitively compelling. We instinctively seek explanations. Science presupposes that natural phenomena have causes and reasons. Our entire rational practice assumes that things do not just happen for no reason at all. But is this principle true? Or is it merely a psychological tendency, a habit of mind that we project onto reality? Quantum mechanics has revealed events at the subatomic level that appear genuinely random, uncaused, violations of deterministic causation. Does this undermine the principle of sufficient reason? Not necessarily. Aquinas is not primarily concerned with event causation, with why this particular event happens at this particular time. He is concerned with existential causation, with why anything exists at all rather than nothing. These are different questions. Even if quantum events are uncaused in the sense of having no prior determining event, they still involve existing things, particles and fields and energy. The question remains, why do these things exist at all? Let us now examine another crucial concept in Aquinas' metaphysics, the distinction between substance and accident. This, too, comes from Aristotle, but Aquinas develops it with new precision. A substance is what exists independently, what can be pointed to as a thing in itself. Accidents are the properties or characteristics that inhere in substances but cannot exist on their own. My height, my colour, my temperature, these are accidents. They exist only as modifications of me, the substance. Why does this matter? Because it shows that not everything that exists in the same way. Substances have being in the primary sense. They are the subjects of existence. Accidents have being only derivationally, only as modifications of substances. When we say a colour exists, we mean it exists in something. When we say a substance exists, we mean it exists, period, not in anything else. This distinction helps Aquinas explain change while preserving identity. When I grow taller, my height changes, but I remain the same substance. The accident changes, the substance endures. If there were no distinction between substance and accident, then any change would destroy the thing and create something new. But clearly this is false. Things persist through change. I am the same person now as I was 10 years ago, despite countless changes in my accidents. But substances, too, are composites in Aquinas' system. Material substances are composed of matter and form. The matter is the underlying stuff that persists through changes of form. The form is the organizing principle that makes the matter into a definite kind of thing. A lump of bronze is matter. When a sculptor shapes it into a statue, the form of the statue is imposed on the bronze matter. The bronze persists, the form changes. For living things, the form is called the soul. The soul is not some ghostly substance inhabiting a body. It is the formal principle that organizes matter into a living thing, that makes a collection of chemicals into an organism with unified functions and activities. A human soul is the form that makes a human body human. Without the soul, there would just be a collection of organs and tissues, not a living person. This will be crucial when we examine Aquinas' view of human nature. But now we come to the crown of Aquinas' metaphysics, the doctrine that existence itself is the ultimate actuality, the perfection of all perfections. This is perhaps his most original contribution. Neither Aristotle nor any previous philosopher had seen existence in quite this way. For Aristotle, form was the highest actuality. For Neoplatonists, the one or the good was the supreme principle. But Aquinas argued that existence, esse, is the act that actualizes everything else. Why is existence the highest actuality? Because everything else depends on it. You cannot have form without existence. You cannot have substance or accident, act or potency, matter or soul without first having existence. Existence is the precondition for everything. It is what makes everything else real rather than merely possible or conceptual. Therefore, existence is the most fundamental act, the actuality that all other actualities presuppose. This has profound implications. It means that God, as pure existence, contains all perfections. Every positive attribute, every excellence, every goodness found in creatures pre-exists in God in a higher way. Because existence is the ground of all actuality, and because actuality is better than potentiality, being is better than non-being. God, as pure being, is supremely perfect. God does not have goodness or wisdom or power as added qualities. God is goodness, wisdom, and power in their pure and infinite form. But how can one thing be multiple perfections? How can God be both wisdom and power and goodness if these are different attributes? Aquinas responds that these are different only from our perspective. We abstract different aspects and give them different names, but in God, who is absolutely simple, all perfections are one. God's wisdom is God's power, is God's goodness, is God's existence. There is no composition in God, no distinction of essence and existence, no distinction of substance and accidents, no distinction of different attributes. God is pure unity, pure actuality, pure being. Critics find this incomprehensible. If God is absolutely simple, how can God be multiple perfections? If all attributes are identical in God, then wisdom is power, which seems absurd. Aquinas responds that the attributes are identical in reality, but distinct in the way they relate to creatures. When we say God is wise, we mean that God produces wise effects in a way that corresponds analogously to what we call wisdom. When we say God is powerful, we mean God produces effects that correspond analogously to what we call power. The distinction is in how we understand and apply these terms, not in God's being itself. But this raises deep problems about religious language. If we cannot speak about God literally, if all our terms are merely analogous, then do we really know anything about God at all? Aquinas developed a sophisticated theory of analogy to address this. He distinguished between univocal predication, where a term means exactly the same thing applied to different subjects, equivocal predication, where a term has completely different meanings, and analogical predication, where a term has related but not identical meanings. When we call both a dog and a human healthy, we use the term analogically. The dog is healthy in itself, the human is healthy in itself. But health in a dog differs from health in a human because they have different natures. Similarly, when we call both a creature and God good, we use the term analogically. The creature is good by participating in goodness, by having a limited measure of goodness as a received quality. God is good by being goodness itself, by being the unlimited source from which all creaturely goodness flows. This allows Aquinas to say something positive about God without claiming we fully comprehend the divine nature. We know that God is good, but we do not know what goodness is like in its infinite and pure form. We know by analogy, by recognizing that the goodness we see in creatures must pre-exist in their cause in a more perfect way. This preserves both divine transcendence and human knowledge, both the unknowability of God and the possibility of genuine theological discourse. Yet the problems multiply. If existence is the supreme perfection, and if God is pure existence, then why is there anything else? Why would pure being create imperfect beings? Why would infinite actuality give rise to finite actualities mixed with potentiality? Aquinas answers that creation is an act of divine love. God does not create out of need, because God lacks nothing. God creates out of abundant generosity, freely choosing to share existence with other beings. Creation does not add to God's perfection, but it manifests God's perfection by producing a multiplicity of beings that reflect different aspects of the divine goodness. But this raises the problem of evil. If God is pure existence and pure goodness, and if God creates everything, where does evil come from? Aquinas cannot say God creates evil because that would make God the cause of evil. Instead, he argues that evil is not a positive reality at all. Evil is privation, the absence of a good that should be present. Blindness is evil not because it is something, but because it is the lack of sight in a being whose nature requires sight. Sin is evil not as a positive act, but as an act that lacks proper order, that fails to conform to reason and divine law. Critics have found this unsatisfying. Cancer is not just the absence of health, it is a positive, destructive process. Cruelty is not just the absence of kindness, it is active malice. Aquinas would respond that these are indeed positive acts and processes, but their evil consists in what they lack: proper order, right proportion, orientation to the good. Cancer involves cells reproducing, which is in itself good, but lacking the regulation that maintains health. Cruelty involves the use of power, which is in itself good, but lacking the direction toward genuine good that would make it virtue. Whether this succeeds is debatable. It preserves God's goodness by denying that God creates evil as a positive reality. But it seems to minimize the reality of suffering. It can sound like philosophical wordplay when confronted with real horrors. Yet Aquinas is not denying that evil is real in its effects. he is explaining its metaphysical status. Evil is really destructive, really painful, really horrible. But it is not a substance or a thing in itself. It exists only as the corruption or absence of good in things that are themselves good. The metaphysics of being also grounds Aquinas' understanding of truth. Truth, for Aquinas, is the conformity of mind to reality. When my thought corresponds to how things actually are, my thought is true. When I think that horses exist, and horses do exist, my thought conforms to reality and is therefore true. This seems straightforward, but it has profound implications. First, it means truth depends on being. Unless things exist and have definite natures, there is nothing for thought to conform to. Truth presupposes a stable, intelligible reality. Second, it means that things are true before we think about them. The truth that horses exist does not depend on anyone thinking it. Things have truth in themselves by virtue of conforming to the idea of them in the divine mind. Every created thing is true insofar as it realizes its essence, insofar as it is what it is meant to be. This leads to a hierarchy of truth. Things have truth by conforming to God's creative ideas. Human thoughts have truth by conforming to things. Language has truth by conforming to thought. At every level, truth is correspondence, conformity of something to a standard or measure. The ultimate standard is the divine intellect, which knows all things because it is the cause of all things. God's knowledge is creative. God knows things by causing them to be. Our knowledge is receptive. We know things by receiving forms from them through sensation and abstraction. But what about mathematical truths or logical principles? These do not seem to exist in the physical world. There are no perfect circles or infinite sets in nature. Yet mathematical truths seem to be true necessarily and eternally. Aquinas locates these truths in the divine mind. God knows all possible mathematical relationships because God knows the divine essence, which is imitable in infinite ways. The necessary truths of mathematics and logic reflect the eternal structure of divine reason. When we discover mathematical truths, we participate in God's knowledge, though imperfectly and partially. This entire metaphysical system, from the essence and existence distinction to the nature of truth, forms the foundation for everything else in Aquinas' philosophy. It explains why God exists, why creation is intelligible, why we can have genuine knowledge, why there are universal natures despite individual differences, why change is possible without destroying identity, why perfection and imperfection coexist. It is an architectural marvel, with each stone carefully placed to support the whole structure. But is the foundation solid? Modern philosophy has challenged virtually every element. The essence and existence distinction has been questioned as either obvious to the point of triviality or meaningless metaphysical speculation. The substance and accident distinction has been replaced in much modern thought by bundles of properties or events. The analogy of being has been criticized as vacuous, saying nothing determinate about God. The principle of sufficient reason has been rejected by those who embrace brute facts and ultimate contingency. Yet Aquinas' metaphysics continues to find defenders among both religious thinkers and secular philosophers. Contemporary analytical Thomists argue that his insights can be reformulated in modern terms and that they address problems that analytic metaphysics still struggles with. The nature of existence, the grounding of modality, the problem of universals, the relationship between essence and identity. Whether one accepts Aquinas' conclusions or not, the depth and rigour of his metaphysical vision commands respect. It remains one of the most comprehensive attempts to explain the fundamental structure of reality. Part 3. The 5 Ways to God. Having established his metaphysical framework, Aquinas turns to what many consider the central question of philosophy and theology. Does God exist? Can we prove it? Or must we simply accept it on faith? For Aquinas, the answer is clear. God's existence can be demonstrated through reason alone, without appealing to Scripture or revelation. But the demonstration is not simple, and Aquinas offers not one, but 5 distinct arguments, each approaching the question from a different angle. These arguments, known as the 5 Ways, appear near the beginning of the Summa Theologica. They are deliberately brief, almost compressed. Aquinas had developed them at length in other works, particularly the Summa contra Gentiles. In the Summa Theologica, he assumes educated readers familiar with the background philosophy. This brevity has led to centuries of debate about what exactly the arguments claim, and whether they succeed. One crucial point before examining the arguments: Aquinas is not trying to prove the God of Christian revelation in all his particularity. He is not trying to prove the Trinity or the Incarnation or any specifically Christian doctrine. Those require revelation. What he is trying to prove is that there exists a being with certain fundamental attributes: necessary existence, unchangeability, causality, perfection, and intelligence. Once these are established, Aquinas argues, we can rightly call this being God, even though fuller knowledge requires revelation. The first way argues from motion or change. Aquinas begins with an observable fact. Things in the world change. Water becomes ice, acorns become oak trees, students become educated, the ignorant become knowledgeable. Change is everywhere. But what is change? Following Aristotle, Aquinas understands change as the actualization of potentiality. The water is potentially ice, then becomes actually ice. The acorn is potentially an oak, then becomes actually an oak. Change is the movement from potency to act. But here is the crucial point. Nothing can move itself from potency to act. Why not? Because to actualize a potential, something must already be actual. The water cannot make itself freeze, it requires cold temperature. The acorn cannot make itself grow, it requires soil and water and sunlight. A thing cannot be simultaneously actual and potential in the same respect. The water is actually liquid and potentially solid, but it cannot be both actually liquid and actually solid at once. Therefore, whatever changes must be changed by something already actual. This leads to a chain of movers. The water is frozen by cold air, which is moved by atmospheric conditions, which are moved by solar radiation, which is moved by nuclear fusion in the sun, and so on. But can this chain go back infinitely? Aquinas argues it cannot. Not because an infinite temporal regress is impossible, which he thinks cannot be proven philosophically, but because an infinite regress of essentially ordered causes is impossible. This distinction is critical and often misunderstood. Aquinas is not arguing that the universe must have had a beginning in time. He explicitly says that faith teaches the universe began, but reason cannot prove it. What he is arguing is that right now, at this moment, the chain of causes responsible for current changes must trace back to something that does not itself need to be moved. An essentially ordered series is one where the intermediate causes have no power except what they derive from the first cause. Like a stick pushing a stone. The stick can push only because a hand moves it, and the hand can push only because muscles move it, and so on. Remove the first cause, and the whole series collapses. Therefore, Aquinas concludes, there must be a first mover that moves others without itself being moved. Something that is pure actuality with no potentiality, because any potentiality would mean it could be moved by something else. This unmoved mover, Aquinas says, everyone understands to be God. The second way argues from efficient causation. We observe that some things cause other things. A fire causes heat, parents cause children, choices cause actions. Nothing can be the efficient cause of itself, because that would require it to exist before itself, which is absurd. So every effect depends on a prior cause. But again, can this series go back infinitely? Aquinas argues no. If there were no first cause, there would be no intermediate causes, and therefore no observed effects. Take away the first cause, and the whole causal chain ceases to exist. It is like a row of dominoes. If there is no first domino to fall, none of them fall. If there is no first cause to initiate the causal series, nothing in the series would exist. Therefore, there must be an uncaused first cause that causes everything else. This we call God. The third way argues from contingency and necessity. We observe that things come into existence and go out of existence. Living things are born and die, mountains erode, stars form and explode. These things are contingent. They exist, but might not have existed. Their existence is not necessary. Now, if everything were contingent, then at some time nothing would have existed. Why? Because anything that is contingent must at some point not exist, given infinite time. But if at some point nothing existed, then nothing could come into existence afterward, because nothing comes from nothing. Yet things do exist. Therefore, not everything can be contingent. There must be at least one necessary being, something whose existence is not contingent on anything else. But could this necessary being be necessary through something else? Could there be a chain of necessary beings, each depending on another? Aquinas argues that this leads to an infinite regress, which is impossible for reasons already given. Therefore, there must be a being that is necessary in itself, not through another. A being whose very nature is to exist, whose essence and existence are identical. This is what we call God. The fourth way argues from degrees of perfection. We observe that things have different degrees of goodness, truth, nobility, and other perfections. Some things are better than others, truer than others, more noble than others. But terms like better, truer, and more noble only make sense in relation to a maximum. We can only call something hot or cold in relation to maximum hotness. We can only call something good in relation to maximum goodness. Therefore, Aquinas argues, there must be something that is maximally good, true, and noble, something that is the cause of goodness and truth and nobility in all other things. Just as fire, which is maximally hot, causes heat in other things, so there must be something maximally perfect that causes perfection in other things. This maximum being is God. The fifth way argues from the governance of the world or final causality. We observe that natural things lacking intelligence act toward definite ends. Acorns consistently grow into oaks, not into elms or rocks. Planets orbit in stable patterns. Chemical reactions follow consistent laws. These unintelligent natural things behave as though directed toward goals. But how can something without intelligence act for an end? Aquinas argues that unintelligent things can act for ends only if directed by intelligence. An arrow flies toward a target not by its own intelligence, but because an archer aims it. Similarly, natural things must be directed toward their ends by some intelligent being. This intelligent governor of nature is what we call God. These 5 arguments are the most famous, most analyzed, most debated proofs for God's existence in Western philosophy. For centuries they were widely accepted. But beginning with David Hume and Immanuel Kant in the 18th century, they came under devastating attack. Modern philosophy has been largely hostile to them, yet they refuse to die. Contemporary philosophers continue to defend, modify, and debate them. What are the main objections? First, why can there not be an infinite regress? This is perhaps the most fundamental challenge. Aquinas insists that an infinite series of dependent causes is impossible. But why? Mathematicians work with infinite series all the time. In calculus, infinite series converge to finite sums. Why cannot reality contain infinite causal chains? Defenders of Aquinas respond by emphasizing the distinction between accidentally ordered and essentially ordered series. An accidentally ordered series is one where each member can exist and operate independently of the others. Your father caused you, your grandfather caused your father, and so on. But once you exist, you no longer depend on your father continuing to exist. The causal chain could extend infinitely into the past without logical contradiction. But an essentially ordered series is different. Each member depends simultaneously on all prior members. Like a train, each car moves only because pulled by the car in front, which moves only because pulled by the car in front of it, and so on. But if every car is merely being pulled, with none providing original power, the train cannot move. There must be an engine providing power independently. Similarly, if every cause in an essentially ordered series derives its causal power from a prior cause, and that pattern continues infinitely, then nothing would have causal power, and nothing would be caused. But critics respond, why assume that all causal series are essentially ordered? Perhaps most are accidentally ordered. Perhaps the universe is just an infinite series of causes stretching back eternally with no first cause. Each event is caused by a prior event, and that is explanation enough. Why insist on a first cause outside the series? Aquinas would reply that this misunderstands what is being explained. We are not primarily asking why this particular event rather than that one. We are asking why there is causal power at all, rather than nothing. Why does anything have the power to produce effects? Tracing causes back temporally does not answer this. Even an eternal universe of causes would need something to give causal power to the series as a whole. But is this convincing? David Hume famously argued that explaining each individual member of a series might be sufficient. If we explain A by reference to B, B by reference to C, and so on, have we not explained everything? Why demand an explanation for the whole series beyond the explanations for its parts? Aquinas would say that explaining the distribution of causal power among causes does not explain the existence of causal power itself. But critics remain unconvinced. Second, why think the first cause must be God? Even granting that the arguments establish a first mover, first cause, necessary being, maximum perfection, and intelligent governor, why identify all these with one being? Why not multiple gods? Why not a first cause that is not particularly good, or a necessary being that is not particularly intelligent? Aquinas has answers, but they require additional arguments not given in the 5 ways themselves. He argues that there cannot be multiple necessary beings because necessity admits of no limitation. If something exists necessarily, it cannot be limited by anything external, because then its existence would depend on that limit. But if unlimited, it must be infinite and unique. Two infinite beings are impossible, because each would limit the other. Therefore, there can be only one necessary being. Similarly, Aquinas argues that the first cause must have all perfections, because, as pure actuality, it cannot lack anything. Any lack would be a potentiality, which contradicts being pure act. Therefore, the first mover is also the first cause, also the necessary being, also the maximum perfection, also the intelligent governor. All these are one being with multiple aspects. But critics charge that this additional argumentation essentially concedes that the five ways alone do not prove what Aquinas claims. They establish at most that something exists with certain properties, but identifying that something with the God of classical theism requires further controversial premises. Third, the analogy of being creates problems. When Aquinas says the first cause is maximally good or intelligent, what does this mean? If terms like good and intelligent are analogical, applying to God in a radically different way than to creatures, then what have we actually proven? Have we proven that something good and intelligent exists, or merely that something exists to which we apply these terms without really understanding what they mean? Aquinas would respond that analogy allows genuine knowledge, even if incomplete. We know that God is good in the sense that God is the cause of goodness in creatures and possesses goodness in a higher mode. This is real knowledge, even if it falls short of comprehension. But critics wonder whether this rescues the arguments or admits their failure. If we cannot understand what we mean by calling God good or intelligent, have we really proven anything substantive? Fourth, Kant's critique strikes at the heart of all such arguments. Kant argued that existence is not a real predicate. It does not add to the concept of a thing. When I say that God exists, I am not adding a property to the concept of God. I am asserting that the concept is instantiated in reality. But this means you cannot prove existence from concepts alone. You cannot demonstrate that something must exist just by analyzing ideas. Existence must be established through experience, not pure reason. This critique applies most directly to the ontological argument, which Aquinas himself rejected. But it also threatens the five ways. Are they truly starting from experience, or are they smuggling in conceptual necessities? When Aquinas argues that there must be a necessary being, is he arguing from empirical observation or from conceptual analysis? If the latter, then Kant's critique applies. Defenders respond that Aquinas is indeed arguing from experience. He starts with observed facts: change, causation, contingency, degrees of perfection, order. From these empirical starting points, he reasons to their necessary conditions. This is not deriving existence from concepts, but inferring causes from effects. The arguments are a posteriori, based on observation, not a priori, based on concepts alone. But whether this sufficiently answers Kant is debated. Fifth, the arguments assume certain metaphysical principles that many moderns reject. The principle of sufficient reason, the rejection of actual infinites, the priority of actuality over potentiality, the reality of teleology in nature. Each of these is controversial. Modern science seems to reveal uncaused events at the quantum level. Modern mathematics embraces actual infinites. Modern philosophy often rejects teleology as anthropomorphic projection. If these principles fail, do the arguments collapse? Not necessarily, defenders argue. The quantum uncertainty principle may show that subatomic events are not deterministically caused by prior events, but it does not show they are uncaused in the sense relevant to Aquinas. The question is not whether every event has a prior temporal cause, but whether existing things require a concurrent cause for their existence. Similarly, mathematical infinites may be coherent conceptually without showing that infinite regresses of real causal chains are possible. And while final causality may not apply in the mechanical sense to particles, it clearly applies to living organisms, and perhaps to the cosmos as a whole. Sixth, does modern cosmology undermine the arguments? If the universe had a beginning at the Big Bang, does this support or undermine Aquinas? On one hand, it might seem to support him. There was a first moment, therefore a first cause. On the other hand, it creates problems. Aquinas explicitly said reason cannot prove the universe began, yet now science seems to show it did. Moreover, if time itself began with the Big Bang, what does it mean to speak of a cause before the universe? Can there be causation without time? Contemporary defenders of Aquinas argue that the Big Bang is irrelevant to his arguments. He was not arguing that the universe must have a temporal beginning. He was arguing that even an eternal universe would require a cause for its existence at every moment. The question is not what started the chain, but what sustains it right now. Even if the universe has always existed, it would still be composed of essence and existence, still be contingent, still be in motion, still require a cause. But what about quantum fluctuations? Some physicists suggest that universes can spontaneously arise from quantum vacuum states. Does this provide a naturalistic explanation that eliminates the need for God? Defenders of Aquinas respond that quantum fluctuations are not nothing. They occur in quantum fields governed by physical laws. The question remains, why do quantum fields exist? Why do they have the properties they have? Why do laws govern them? The explanatory regress continues. Seventh, the argument from evil challenges the conclusion that the first cause is maximally good. If God is all good and all-powerful, why is there evil? This is not a direct critique of the five ways, but a challenge to the identification of the first cause with the God of classical theism. Aquinas addresses this at length elsewhere, arguing that evil is privation and that God permits evil for the sake of greater goods. But many find this inadequate in the face of profound suffering. Finally, there is William Paley's critique, ironically coming from a fellow theist. Paley's famous watchmaker argument seems superior to Aquinas' fifth way. Paley argues that just as finding a watch implies a watchmaker because of its evident design, finding eyes and wings and complex organs implies an intelligent designer. This seems more intuitively compelling than Aquinas' abstract argument about final causality. Yet Aquinas would argue that Paley's argument is weaker because it only establishes an intelligent designer, not a necessary being or first cause. The designer could itself be part of the created order, not the ultimate explanation of existence. Modern versions of these arguments continue to be developed. The Kalam cosmological argument, revived by William Lane Craig, argues that the universe began to exist. Whatever begins to exist has a cause, therefore the universe has a cause. This uses modern cosmology more directly than Aquinas. The fine-tuning argument points to the precise values of physical constants necessary for life, and argues that this suggests design. Contemporary philosophers of religion like Richard Swinburne argue that God's existence is the best explanation for multiple features of reality taken cumulatively, even if no single argument is conclusive. But perhaps the deepest question is this: what would count as proving God's existence? If we mean mathematical proof with absolute certainty and no possibility of doubt, then perhaps nothing could prove it. God is not a mathematical object. If we mean scientific proof with empirical testability and quantifiable predictions, then God cannot be proven because God is not a hypothesis within the natural order. But if we mean philosophical demonstration, showing that certain conclusions follow necessarily from certain premises, then perhaps the arguments succeed if their premises are true. The 5 ways remain philosophically live options. Thomistic philosophers continue to defend and refine them. Atheist philosophers continue to critique and reject them. The debate is unlikely to be settled definitively because it ultimately rests on fundamental metaphysical commitments about the nature of explanation, causation, necessity, and being itself. Those who find brute facts acceptable will reject the arguments. Those who insist on sufficient reasons will find them compelling. What cannot be denied is their historical importance. For centuries, these arguments shaped Western theology and philosophy. They provided the intellectual framework for natural theology, the attempt to know God through reason alone. They influenced Islamic and Jewish philosophy as well as Christian. They set the agenda for debates about faith and reason, science and religion, philosophy and theology. Even their critics must engage with them seriously, and they continue to raise urgent questions. Is reality ultimately intelligible or fundamentally mysterious? Is existence self-explanatory, or does it require an external ground? Are we justified in seeking ultimate explanations, or should we accept that explanation eventually runs out? Can reason reach beyond the empirical world to necessary truths about ultimate reality? These are not merely academic questions. They concern how we understand ourselves, our place in the cosmos, the possibility of meaning and purpose, the legitimacy of religious belief. Whether Aquinas' arguments succeed in proving God's existence, they succeed in showing that the question of God is a rational question, not merely a matter of blind faith or arbitrary choice. They demonstrate that the existence or non-existence of God has implications for understanding everything else: the nature of reality, the foundations of ethics, the possibility of knowledge, the meaning of human life. This is perhaps their lasting contribution, making the God question inescapable for anyone who thinks seriously about fundamental reality. Part 4. Natural Law and Moral Truth. How do we know what is right and wrong? Where does morality come from? Is it arbitrary, invented by humans, or decreed by God? Or is it objective, built into the nature of reality itself? These questions lie at the heart of ethics, and Aquinas' answer through his natural law theory has shaped Western moral and legal philosophy for 7 centuries. The starting point for Aquinas is a bold claim. Morality is not arbitrary. Right and wrong are not matters of opinion or cultural convention or divine whim. They are rooted in human nature itself, discoverable by reason and binding on all people regardless of their beliefs or circumstances. This is natural law, moral truth grounded in the nature of things. To understand this, we must grasp Aquinas' conception of law in general. He defines law as an ordinance of reason for the common good, made by whoever has care of the community and promulgated. Law is not mere force or command. It is rational direction toward good ends. Law guides action through understanding, not through blind compulsion. and law aims at the common good, not private advantage. Aquinas distinguishes 4 types of law arranged hierarchically. First is eternal law, God's rational plan for the entire universe. This is the divine wisdom governing all things, the order God conceived before creating anything. Eternal law encompasses everything: the motions of planets, the life cycles of organisms, the moral principles binding humans. It is the ultimate blueprint of reality itself, but we cannot fully know eternal law. We are finite creatures with limited intellects. We cannot comprehend God's complete plan. So, how do we access moral truth? Through the second type of law, natural law. Natural law is the participation of rational creatures in eternal law. It is that portion of God's plan that we can discover through reason by reflecting on human nature. Here is the key insight. Because we have rational natures, we can understand our own nature and discern what fulfills it. We can recognize what kinds of acts perfect us and what kinds degrade us. This knowledge is natural law. It is written on our hearts, as St. Paul says. We have an innate capacity, which Aquinas calls synderesis, to grasp basic moral principles. This is not innate detailed knowledge of all moral rules, but rather the fundamental orientation toward good and away from evil. The most fundamental principle of natural law is simple. Good is to be pursued and done. Evil is to be avoided. This seems almost tautological, merely defining what we mean by good and evil. But it is the foundation from which everything else follows. It orients us toward what perfects our nature and away from what corrupts it. It is self-evident in the sense that anyone who understands the terms cannot deny it. From this foundational principle, Aquinas derives primary precepts of natural law. These correspond to basic human inclinations that we share to varying degrees with other creatures. First, like all substances, humans have an inclination to preserve their own existence. From this comes the principle that life should be preserved and protected. We should not kill innocent people or destroy ourselves. Second, like all animals, humans have inclinations toward reproduction and care of offspring. From this comes principles about sexuality and family life. Sex should be oriented toward procreation within stable relationships where children can be raised. Parents have obligations to their children. Third, as rational beings, humans have inclinations toward knowledge and social life. We naturally desire to know truth, including truth about God. We naturally form communities and seek peace with others. From these inclinations come principles about education, religion, justice, and social cooperation. We should seek truth, worship God, live peacefully with others, promote the common good. These primary precepts are universal and unchanging. They apply to all humans in all times and places because they flow from human nature itself, which does not change. Anyone with properly functioning reason can grasp them. This is why Paul says that even Gentiles who do not have the written law show the work of the law written on their hearts, their consciences bearing witness. But moral reasoning does not stop with these general principles. From the primary precepts, we derive secondary precepts, more specific rules that apply these general principles to particular circumstances. Here, things get more complex and uncertain. Secondary precepts require prudence, the ability to judge rightly what should be done in concrete situations. While the primary precepts are universally known and unchanging, secondary precepts can vary somewhat and can be misunderstood. For example, the primary precept tells us to preserve life. But what does this mean in specific cases? Is all killing wrong? What about self-defense? What about war? What about capital punishment? Different applications might be justified by reasoning from the fundamental principle. This is where moral disagreement arises, not about the basic principle, but about how it applies. Aquinas also recognizes that even well-reasoned secondary precepts can have exceptions in unusual circumstances. The normal rule against lying might be suspended when lying is necessary to save innocent life from unjust attackers. This is not moral relativism. The primary precepts remain absolute, but their application in unusual cases may require nuanced judgment that seems to violate the usual secondary precepts. Beyond primary and secondary precepts derived from reason are the third type of law, human law. This is positive law enacted by political authorities. Human law should be derived from natural law, either as direct conclusions or as determinations that specify natural law for particular communities. For instance, natural law tells us to punish crime, but it does not specify exact punishments. Human law determines that theft merits this penalty, assault that penalty, and so on. Good human laws align with natural law. They promote the common good and reflect rational moral principles. But because human legislators are fallible and sometimes wicked, human laws can deviate from natural law. When they do, they become unjust and are not truly laws. They are corruptions of law, acts of violence rather than reason. Aquinas famously argues that an unjust law is no law at all and is not morally binding. This creates the possibility of justified disobedience. If human law contradicts natural law, we must obey natural law. If the state commands us to worship false gods, to kill the innocent, to commit injustice, we must refuse. Natural law trumps human law. This principle, though dangerous to political authorities, has been invoked throughout history to justify resistance to tyranny and unjust commands. Martin Luther King cited it in his letter from Birmingham jail to justify civil disobedience against segregation laws. The fourth type of law is divine law, revealed in Scripture. Why do we need this if we already have natural law? Aquinas gives several reasons. First, while the primary precepts of natural law are accessible to reason, humans often fail to reason correctly due to sin, passion, and ignorance. Divine law makes moral truth clear and certain, accessible even to those not skilled in philosophy. Second, divine law guides us toward our supernatural end, eternal beatitude with God, which exceeds what natural reason can discern. Third, divine law judges interior acts of will and thought, not just external acts, holding us accountable even for intentions and desires. The Ten Commandments exemplify divine law, though they largely restate what natural law already teaches. Do not kill, do not steal, honor parents, do not commit adultery. These are natural law principles given divine confirmation. But divine law also adds specifically religious commandments, like keeping the Sabbath and having no other gods, which go beyond what natural reason discerns. Now we must examine the most distinctive and controversial application of Aquinas' natural law theory, the doctrine of double effect. This principle attempts to resolve moral dilemmas where an action has both good and bad effects. When is it permissible to perform an act that causes harm as a side effect of pursuing good? Aquinas introduces this in discussing self-defense. Is it permissible to kill an attacker in self-defense? At first, this seems to violate the primary precept against killing. But Aquinas argues that a single act can have two effects, preserving one's own life and causing the attacker's death. The moral quality of the act depends on which effect is intended. 4 conditions must be met for an act with double effect to be morally permissible. First, the act itself must be good, or at least morally neutral, not intrinsically evil. Defending oneself is not inherently wrong. Second, the agent must intend the good effect, not the bad. You intend to preserve your life, not to kill the attacker. The death is foreseen but not intended. Third, the good effect must not be achieved through the bad effect. Your survival does not result from the attacker's death, but from stopping the attack. Fourth, there must be proportionately grave reason. The good achieved must be significant enough to justify risking the bad effect. Preserving your life justifies the risk of causing death. This principle has been applied to many difficult cases. Consider abortion to save a mother's life. Directly killing the fetus is wrong because the act itself is intrinsically evil and the good effect comes through the bad effect. But removing a cancerous uterus that contains a fetus is permissible. The act itself is good, the intention is to save the mother by removing cancer, the death of the fetus is foreseen but unintended, and the mother's life is not saved by the fetus dying, but by removing the cancer. The fetus dies as a tragic side effect, not as a means. Or consider bombing in war. Directly targeting civilians is always wrong, but bombing a military target that is located near civilians may be permissible if the four conditions are met. The act itself is militarily justified. The intention is to destroy the military target, not kill civilians. The military goal is not achieved through civilian deaths, and the importance of the target is proportionate to the risk of civilian casualties. Critics have raised devastating objections to double effect. First, the distinction between intending an effect and merely foreseeing it seems psychologically dubious. If I know my action will kill someone, how is that really different from intending their death? If I perform an act knowing it will have a certain result, am I not choosing that result? Aquinas would respond that intention concerns means and ends, not merely foreseen consequences. I can choose an action as a means to an end while regretting certain consequences that inevitably follow. Second, the doctrine seems to allow agents to escape moral responsibility through verbal gymnastics. I can describe my intention in ways that make my act permissible. If I bomb civilians, I say I intend to destroy their houses and weaken enemy morale. I merely foresee their deaths. This seems like rationalization. Aquinas would respond that self-deception is always possible, but genuine application of the doctrine requires honest examination of one's true intentions, not clever verbal formulations. Third, the distinction between act and effect seems arbitrary. In the abortion case, why is removing the uterus one act with two effects rather than two acts, removing the uterus and killing the fetus? How do we individuate actions? Aquinas would respond that actions are individuated by their objects, what they directly accomplish. Removing an organ is one act. Its effects on what is contained in the organ are consequences, not part of the act itself. Fourth, why does intentional evil matter more than foreseen evil? If 5 people will die either way, why is it worse to intend their deaths than to foresee their deaths while intending something else? Isn't the outcome what matters morally? This critique assumes consequentialism, that only outcomes matter. Aquinas rejects this. He argues that intention shapes moral character, that deliberately choosing evil corrupts the will in a way that accepting evil as a side effect does not. We are more responsible for what we aim at than for what we permit. These objections reveal tensions in Aquinas' moral theory. He wants to maintain absolute moral prohibitions against intrinsically evil acts while allowing for tragic choices in complex situations. Double effect is his attempt to navigate this. Whether it succeeds is endlessly debated in moral philosophy and medical ethics. But set aside double effect and consider broader challenges to natural law theory. First, the is-ought problem. David Hume famously argued that you cannot derive ought from moral conclusions from factual premises. Aquinas seems to do exactly this. He looks at human nature and inclinations and derives moral principles. But how does the fact that we desire something make it morally right to pursue? Do not rapists and thieves also act on natural inclinations? Aquinas would respond that not all inclinations are equally natural. Some reflect our rational nature, others reflect disordered passions caused by sin. Natural law concerns inclinations proper to rational beings functioning correctly, not any desire we happen to have. But this response raises the question, how do we determine which inclinations are proper to our nature? It seems we need prior moral knowledge to identify the right inclinations, in which case we are not deriving morality from nature, but projecting morality onto nature. Second, the problem of human nature. Is there such a thing as human nature in Aquinas' sense? Modern biology suggests enormous variation and change. Human nature evolved and continues to evolve. Evolutionary psychology suggests that many of our inclinations are adaptations that promoted reproductive success in ancestral environments, not reflections of eternal essences. If there is no fixed human nature, there is no basis for natural law. Aquinas would respond that while individual traits vary, there is a common human nature consisting in rationality and the capacity for moral agency. All humans, barring severe defect, can reason about ends and means, understand universal principles, choose freely between options, and be held responsible for their choices. This core of rational agency constitutes human nature in the relevant sense. Variations in other traits are accidental, not essential. But critics press further. Even if there is human nature, why should what is natural be morally good? Nature includes disease, death, predation, suffering. Natural disasters kill indiscriminately. Cancer is natural. Should we embrace these as good? Why think that what comes naturally is what we ought to do? Aquinas would distinguish between nature in the descriptive sense, what simply occurs in the natural world, and nature in the normative sense, what fulfills a thing's proper function. Not everything that happens is natural in the normative sense. Disease is the privation of health, a failure of natural function. Cancer is cells failing to regulate properly, not cells functioning as they should. Natural law concerns what perfects our nature, not what merely occurs. But this raises the question again. How do we know what perfects human nature versus what corrupts it? It seems we need prior moral intuitions. Aquinas says reason can discern this, but critics doubt that reason alone, without moral assumptions, can determine what perfects or corrupts. There seems to be a circularity. We identify natural inclinations by what we think is good, then we derive what is good from natural inclinations. Third, cultural variation challenges universality. Anthropologists document radically different moral codes across cultures. Some societies permit polygamy, others forbid it. Some practice infanticide in certain circumstances, others find it abhorrent. Some value individual autonomy, others prioritize collective harmony. If natural law is universal and knowable by reason, Why such variation? Aquinas would respond that variation occurs mainly in secondary precepts and their application, not in primary precepts. All cultures recognize obligations to preserve life, care for children, promote social cooperation, and pursue truth. Disagreements concern how these principles apply in specific contexts, shaped by different circumstances and traditions. But this seems to minimize real moral disagreements. Some cultures have practiced cannibalism, human sacrifice, slavery, honor killings. Are these merely different applications of shared principles, or do they reflect genuinely different basic moral views? Fourth, the Euthyphro dilemma returns. Is something right because it conforms to natural law, or does it conform to natural law because it is right? If the former, then morality depends on facts about human nature, but facts alone do not generate moral obligations. If the latter, then natural law does not explain morality, but merely describes it, and we need some other account of why things are right or wrong. Aquinas tries to navigate between the horns. Natural law is grounded in eternal law, God's rational plan. Things are right because they conform to God's wisdom, not because God arbitrarily commands them. But God's wisdom itself recognizes the natures of things and prescribes acts that perfect those natures. So, natural law is neither arbitrary nor independent of God. It reflects God's wise ordering of creation toward proper ends. But this seems to push the problem back. Why does God's wisdom prescribe one thing rather than another? Is it because those things are genuinely good? Or do they become good because God prescribes them? If the former, then goodness is independent of God's will. If the latter, then morality is arbitrary, dependent on divine choice. Aquinas would respond that this is a false dilemma when applied to God. In God, wisdom and will are identical with the divine essence. God does not choose the good. God is the good. Divine wisdom does not recognize goodness as something external. God's nature is goodness itself. So, morality is neither arbitrary nor independent of God, because God's nature is the standard of goodness. Whether this resolves the dilemma or merely relocates it is debated. Critics argue that it makes morality depend on God's nature rather than God's will, but still leaves the question, why is God's nature good? Defenders argue that this question misconstrues the relationship. God is not good by conforming to an external standard. God is the standard, the source of goodness itself, in whom all perfections exist in their pure and infinite form. Finally, natural law seems to generate implausibly rigid rules. Aquinas argues that certain acts are intrinsically evil, wrong, regardless of circumstances or consequences. Lying is always wrong. Contraception is always wrong. These absolute prohibitions seem to ignore morally relevant considerations. What if lying saves innocent lives? What if contraception prevents serious harm? Aquinas allows for apparent exceptions through double effect and other casuistic principles, but critics argue these are ad hoc adjustments that undermine the absolute character of the prohibitions. If exceptions are permitted through clever reasoning about intentions and acts versus consequences, what remains of the absolute rules? Defenders respond that the exceptions are not really exceptions. The principles remain absolute, but their proper application requires distinguishing acts that directly violate the principle from acts that respect it while accepting bad side effects. Despite these challenges, natural law theory remains influential. It offers an account of objective morality grounded in human nature and accessible to reason. It avoids both the theological voluntarism that makes morality arbitrary and the secular relativism that makes morality merely subjective. It provides a basis for universal human rights and for criticizing unjust laws and practices. Modern natural law theorists like John Finnis, Germain Grisez, and Robert George have reformulated Aquinas' theory to address some objections. They argue that basic goods like life, knowledge, friendship, and practical reasonableness are self-evidently valuable, not derived from biological inclinations. These goods provide reasons for action that do not depend on theological premises. Morality consists in respecting these goods in all our actions, never directly attacking them even for the sake of promoting other goods. Whether this new natural law theory succeeds where classical natural law struggles is debated. Critics argue that it still faces problems about moral absolutes, cultural variation, and the source of moral obligation. But it shows that natural law remains a living tradition, adapting to new challenges while preserving core insights about morality rooted in human nature and discoverable by reason. Part 5. The Architecture of Virtue. Morality is not simply about rules and prohibitions. It is about becoming a certain kind of person. This is the insight at the heart of virtue ethics, and Aquinas offers one of the most sophisticated virtue theories in Western philosophy. For him, ethics is fundamentally about human flourishing, about actualizing our potential to become fully excellent human beings. The concept of virtue goes back to Aristotle, but Aquinas transforms it by integrating it with Christian theology. A virtue for Aquinas is a habitual disposition to act well, a stable quality of character that enables us to perform good acts easily, consistently, and with pleasure. Virtues are not isolated acts, but settled patterns that shape who we are. To understand this, we must grasp Aquinas' teleological vision. Everything has a telos, a purpose or goal toward which it naturally tends. The telos of an acorn is to become an oak tree. The telos of an eye is to see. The telos of human beings is eudaimonia, flourishing or happiness. But what is human flourishing? For Aquinas, human flourishing consists in the perfection of our distinctively human capacities, especially reason. We flourish when we think clearly, understand truly, choose rightly, love appropriately. Our ultimate happiness lies in knowing and loving God, the highest truth and greatest good. But this ultimate end requires development of character through virtue. Aquinas distinguishes intellectual virtues, which perfect the mind, and moral virtues, which perfect the will and emotions. Among intellectual virtues are understanding, which grasps first principles, science, which demonstrates truths from principles, and wisdom, which understands the highest causes. These enable us to know reality as it is, to reason correctly, to grasp necessary truths. But knowing what is good does not automatically make us do it. This is where moral virtues come in. They train our desires and emotions to align with reason, so that we spontaneously want what is truly good and feel appropriate emotions in response to situations. The virtuous person does not struggle constantly against contrary desires. Through habit and practice, virtue makes good action natural and pleasant. The cardinal virtues are 4: prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. These are called cardinal from the Latin cardo, meaning hinge, because all other virtues hinge on them. They are the fundamental excellences that every human needs to flourish. Prudence is practical wisdom, the ability to judge rightly what should be done in concrete situations. It is not mere cleverness or calculation, but rather the capacity to discern genuine goods and appropriate means to achieve them. Prudence sees through appearances to reality, recognizes morally relevant features of situations, and chooses actions that genuinely promote human flourishing. It is the virtue that guides all other virtues, ensuring they are exercised at the right time, in the right way, toward the right ends. Without prudence, other virtues can become vices. Courage without prudence becomes recklessness. Generosity without prudence becomes wastefulness. Even good intentions require prudent judgment about how to accomplish good effectively. This is why Aquinas considers prudence the foremost moral virtue, the charioteer that directs the others. Justice is the habit of giving others what is due to them, treating them fairly, respecting their rights. Aquinas distinguishes several types. Commutative justice governs exchanges between individuals, requiring fair transactions and compensation for wrongs. Distributive justice governs how communities allocate benefits and burdens among members, requiring proportionality rather than strict equality. Legal justice concerns citizens' obligations to the community, requiring obedience to just laws and contribution to the common good. Justice is unique among moral virtues in being primarily other-directed. While temperance and fortitude perfect the individual, justice essentially involves relationships. It requires recognizing others as moral agents with legitimate claims, respecting their dignity, and contributing to social cooperation. A society cannot function without justice, because justice is what enables people with different interests and perspectives to live together peacefully. Fortitude is courage, the strength to face dangers and overcome obstacles in pursuit of good. It involves both attacking evils that should be resisted and enduring evils that cannot be changed. Fortitude prevents us from being deterred by fear or pain from doing what is right. It gives us the strength to stand firm in our convictions, to sacrifice when necessary, to persevere through difficulty. But fortitude is not mere boldness or aggression. It requires prudent judgment about which dangers are worth facing and which should be avoided. The courageous person fears real dangers appropriately while not being paralyzed by fear. She advances when she should advance and withdraws when she should withdraw, always guided by reason about what genuinely serves good ends. Temperance is moderation in pleasures, especially bodily pleasures. It controls desires for food, drink, sex, and other sensory gratifications, ensuring they serve genuine good rather than dominate us. Temperance does not eliminate pleasure or desire, which are good in themselves. Rather, it orders them rationally, enjoying pleasures in appropriate ways and amounts. Without temperance, we become slaves to appetite. We eat not for nourishment, but for the pleasure of eating. We pursue sex not for love and procreation, but for momentary gratification. Our lives revolve around satisfying cravings rather than pursuing genuine goods. Temperance frees us from this slavery, allowing us to enjoy pleasures without being controlled by them. These four cardinal virtues are complementary. Prudence provides direction, justice governs relationships, fortitude supplies strength, and temperance maintains self-control. Together they constitute the foundation of moral excellence. Someone lacking any one of them is fundamentally deficient in character, unable to act consistently well. But Aquinas adds a crucial element not found in Aristotle: the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. These are called theological because they have God as their object, and because they are infused by divine grace rather than acquired through human effort. They perfect us not just for natural human flourishing, but for supernatural beatitude, eternal communion with God. Faith is the habit of believing truths revealed by God, truths that exceed what reason alone can discover. It involves trust in God's testimony, acceptance of mysteries like the Trinity and Incarnation, and conviction about the reality of God's promises. Faith is not irrational, because what God reveals cannot contradict reason, but it goes beyond reason's natural capacity. Hope is confident expectation of future good, especially the hope of eternal life with God. It sustains us through present sufferings and disappointments by keeping our eyes fixed on ultimate fulfillment. Hope prevents both presumption, which expects salvation without effort, and despair, which gives up on the possibility of salvation. It recognizes that our ultimate good depends on God's grace, while believing that grace will be given. Charity is love of God for God's own sake, and love of neighbor for God's sake. It is the supreme virtue, greater even than faith and hope, because it most perfectly unites us to God and will endure even in heaven when faith and hope are superseded by direct vision. Charity transforms all other virtues, giving them supernatural merit and ordering them toward eternal rather than merely temporal ends. Aquinas argues that the theological virtues are necessary for human perfection, because our natural capacities, even perfected by cardinal virtues, cannot reach our supernatural end. We are oriented toward seeing God face to face, toward sharing in divine life, toward an intimacy with God that infinitely exceeds our natural powers. Only by God's grace, elevating our capacities through faith, hope, and charity, can we attain this end. But this raises a tension. If theological virtues are necessary for human perfection, and if they are infused by grace rather than acquired by effort, then human flourishing depends on something outside our control. We cannot achieve our own perfection. This seems to undermine the project of virtue ethics, which emphasizes developing character through habituation and practice. Aquinas responds that there is cooperation between human effort and divine grace. We must dispose ourselves to receive grace through prayer, study of Scripture, participation in sacraments, and practice of natural virtues. Grace builds on nature, elevating and perfecting natural capacities rather than replacing them. Someone without developed natural virtues would be ill-equipped to receive and exercise theological virtues effectively. The generous person becomes more generous when charity perfects generosity. The courageous person becomes more courageous when hope strengthens courage. Moreover, even theological virtues require exercise and growth. Faith can deepen or weaken depending on whether we nurture it through prayer and reflection or neglect it through worldliness and sin. Hope can grow stronger through patient endurance of trials or fade through attachment to temporal goods. Charity can increase through acts of love or diminish through selfishness. So even infused virtues involve human agency and development. But critics question whether virtue ethics can account for moral conflict. What if different virtues pull in different directions? What if justice demands punishment, but mercy demands forgiveness? What if courage requires risk that prudence counsels against? Aquinas would respond that genuine virtues do not conflict, because they are all ordered by prudence toward genuine human good. Apparent conflicts arise from incomplete understanding of the situation or mistaking counterfeit virtues for real ones. True justice includes mercy, true courage includes prudent caution. Yet this seems to evacuate virtue language of content. If virtues never genuinely conflict, if prudence always resolves apparent tensions, then virtue ethics collapses into a version of prudential reasoning that simply tells us to do what is best, all things considered. What work are the individual virtues doing beyond being names for acting well in particular domains? Defenders respond that virtues provide specific guidance. Justice highlights considerations of fairness and rights that might otherwise be ignored. Temperance draws attention to the dangers of excess that might be rationalized away. Courage identifies opportunities for excellence that prudence alone might not recognize. The virtues are not redundant, but complementary aspects of practical wisdom, each emphasizing something important about living well. Another objection concerns unity of virtue. Aquinas, following Aristotle, argues that the moral virtues are interconnected. You cannot have one without the others. True courage requires justice, temperance, and prudence. True justice requires courage to enforce it, temperance to avoid bias, and prudence to apply it rightly. The virtues form an integrated whole. But this seems psychologically unrealistic. People are genuinely courageous in some areas, while cowardly in others. Someone might be scrupulously just in business, but intemperate in personal life. The unity thesis seems to ignore the complexity and inconsistency of human character. Aquinas would respond that there are degrees. Someone may have imperfect virtues without having perfect virtues. Imperfect courage exists in someone who faces physical dangers bravely but flees moral challenges. Perfect virtue requires integration of all the virtues under the guidance of prudence and elevation by charity. Few achieve this fully in this life, but it remains the ideal toward which we should strive. Critics also challenge whether habituation can create genuine virtue. Can repeatedly performing just acts make someone just, or does it just create behavioral conformity? What if someone does just acts from fear of punishment or desire for reputation rather than from love of justice? Have they acquired virtue or merely learned to imitate it? Aquinas would distinguish between doing virtuous acts and acting virtuously. To act virtuously requires not just performing the right external action, but doing so for the right reasons, with the right emotions, from a firm and stable character. Virtue is not just behavior, but an internal disposition of character. Habituation develops genuine virtue when it shapes both actions and motivations. When repeated, just acts cultivate love of justice itself. But how does this happen? How do external actions change internal character? Aquinas argues that actions shape emotions and desires. By repeatedly acting justly, even when we do not feel like it, we gradually come to enjoy justice and take pleasure in fair dealing. By practicing temperance even when tempted, we weaken the power of disordered desires and strengthen attraction to moderation. Over time, habit becomes second nature, and virtue becomes part of who we are. Modern psychology provides some support for this. Research on habit formation shows that repeated behavior does reshape neural pathways, making actions more automatic and rewarding. Studies of moral development confirm that practicing pro-social behaviors can increase empathy and altruistic motivation. Yet skeptics note that this process is fragile and incomplete. External compliance often remains just that, never transforming deep character. Finally, virtue ethics faces the situationist challenge from social psychology. Experiments show that small situational factors, like finding a coin or being in a hurry, drastically affect moral behavior. People who seem virtuous in one context act quite differently in another. This suggests character traits are not stable dispositions, but local responses to specific situations. Defenders of virtue ethics respond that these experiments measure behavior, not character. Virtue involves not just what you do, but why you do it, how you feel about it, whether you recognize moral salience in situations. Moreover, genuine virtue is rare, so finding that most people lack consistent character traits does not show that virtue is impossible, only that most people are not virtuous. The situationist challenge shows that developing genuine virtue is harder than we thought, not that it is impossible or unimportant. Despite these challenges, virtue ethics has experienced a major revival in recent decades. Philosophers have found Aquinas' approach more plausible and useful than deontological theories focused solely on rules or consequentialist theories focused solely on outcomes. Virtue ethics emphasizes character, emotions, practical wisdom, and the complexity of moral life in ways that resonate with actual moral experience. Medical ethics has embraced virtue ethics as a framework for professional excellence. Rather than just following rules or calculating outcomes, good doctors cultivate virtues like compassion, integrity, and practical wisdom. Business ethics increasingly focuses on cultivating virtuous leadership rather than simply enforcing regulations. Political philosophy is rediscovering the importance of civic virtue for democratic citizenship. Whether Aquinas' specific account succeeds remains debated. His integration of theological virtues seems to require religious commitments many reject. His teleological assumptions about human nature face challenges from biology and psychology. His confidence that virtue training reliably produces virtue seems optimistic given the resistance of human character to change. Yet his core insights endure. That morality is fundamentally about who we are becoming, not just what we do. That character development requires habituation and practice. That virtues are interconnected and require practical wisdom to guide them. That human flourishing involves perfecting our distinctive rational and social capacities, and that genuine excellence requires training both mind and heart to love what is truly good. These insights remain valuable, however one answers disputed metaphysical and theological questions. Part 6. Justice and the common good. Human beings are political animals. We cannot flourish in isolation. We need communities, from families to nations, to survive and thrive. But how should these communities be organized? Who should rule? What makes authority legitimate? When must we obey and when must we resist? Aquinas offers a sophisticated political philosophy that has shaped Western thinking about government, law, and social justice. The foundation of Aquinas' political thought is the common good. Political authority exists not for the private benefit of rulers, but for the good of the whole community. The common good is not simply the sum of individual goods, not the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Rather, it is the set of social conditions that enables all members of the community to flourish, to actualize their potential as rational and social beings. What constitutes the common good? First, peace and security. Without protection from violence, both external and internal, people cannot pursue any other goods. Defense against foreign enemies and law enforcement against domestic criminals are primary functions of government. Second, justice in social relations. People need assurance that contracts will be honored, property respected, disputes resolved fairly, injuries compensated. Third, material prosperity, sufficient for decent life. While government cannot guarantee wealth for all, it should promote economic conditions where hard work can provide for basic needs. Fourth, moral and intellectual formation. The community should support education, encourage virtue, and create a cultural environment conducive to human excellence. But this raises an immediate problem. Who determines what the common good requires? Different people have different views about what conditions promote flourishing, different priorities among competing goods, different ideas about justice and prosperity. Whose conception of the common good should prevail? Aquinas argues that the common good is not arbitrary or subjective. It is grounded in human nature, in the universal needs and capacities that all humans share. While specific policies require prudential judgment about circumstances, the basic elements of the common good can be known through reason reflecting on human nature. Natural law provides objective standards by which to evaluate political arrangements. But someone must have authority to make binding decisions about how to pursue the common good. Aquinas argues that political authority comes ultimately from God, but is mediated through human consent and natural social ordering. People naturally form hierarchies of authority. Parents have authority over children by nature. Teachers have authority over students by their expertise. Political rulers have authority over citizens by their responsibility for the common good. What form should government take? Aquinas considers monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. He argues that monarchy, ruled by one person, is the best form in principle, because it most closely imitates divine governance, and because unity of command promotes effective action. A single wise and virtuous ruler can make decisions quickly, implement them consistently, and take responsibility for outcomes in ways that divided authority cannot. But Aquinas immediately recognizes the dangers of monarchy. If the monarch is wicked or incompetent, harm is concentrated and difficult to remedy. Tyranny, where the ruler exploits the people for private benefit rather than serving the common good, is the worst form of government precisely because it corrupts what should be the best. Therefore, Aquinas proposes a mixed constitution combining elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. The ideal government has a single chief executive for unity and effectiveness, a council of excellent citizens for wisdom and deliberation, and participation by all citizens in selecting rulers and consenting to laws. This prevents the concentration of power that breeds tyranny, while maintaining sufficient unity for effective action. It incorporates the advantages of each pure form, while mitigating their characteristic defects. Aquinas' mixed constitution resembles both the Roman Republic that he admired and modern constitutional democracies, though he would have been sceptical of universal suffrage and direct democracy. He thought that wise and virtuous citizens should have greater influence than the ignorant and vicious, though all should have some voice. Political participation is both a right grounded in human dignity and a responsibility requiring preparation through education and moral formation. The most explosive question in Aquinas' political philosophy concerns obedience to authority. When must we obey rulers, and when may we resist? This was no academic question in the 13th century, when popes and emperors fought for supremacy, when kings claimed absolute power, when heresy trials and religious wars convulsed Europe. Aquinas' answers were bold and potentially dangerous to established powers. First, unjust laws do not bind in conscience. An unjust law is not truly a law, but a corruption of law, an act of violence rather than reason. If a law contradicts natural law or divine law, requiring us to commit sin or injustice, we not only may, but must disobey. This principle, derived from Acts of the Apostles, we must obey God rather than men, establishes limits on political authority that no earthly ruler can breach. But what counts as unjust? Aquinas distinguishes two types. A law may be unjust by contradicting divine law, commanding what God forbids, or forbidding what God commands. Such laws have no binding force whatsoever. Or a law may be unjust by contradicting human good, either by imposing burdens beyond what the common good requires, or by distributing burdens unfairly. Such laws bind in conscience only to avoid scandal or disorder, not because they have genuine authority. This opens space for civil disobedience. If the law commands participation in injustice, like worshipping false gods or killing innocents, we must refuse even at cost of punishment. If the law is merely burdensome or unfair without commanding positive sin, we may obey to preserve social peace while working to change the law. Aquinas thus provides a framework for distinguishing when to comply, when to resist passively, and when to resist actively. But he is cautious about active resistance and revolution. Tyranny is a great evil, but civil war and anarchy are often worse. Aquinas counsels patience and prayer as the first response to unjust rulers. Only when tyranny becomes intolerable, when the ruler's wickedness causes greater harm than rebellion would cause, and when there is reasonable hope of success, may active resistance be contemplated. And even then, resistance should be undertaken by public authority or the community as a whole, not by private individuals acting on their own judgment. These principles shaped later theories of political resistance, from Locke to the American founders to Martin Luther King. The idea that government authority is limited by natural law, that citizens have rights that rulers must respect, that unjust laws need not be obeyed, that tyranny can justify resistance. All of this is present in Aquinas, though developed more fully by later thinkers. Aquinas also addresses the relationship between church and state, a burning question in his age. He argues that temporal authority and spiritual authority are distinct but not entirely separate. Temporal authorities govern earthly affairs, ensuring peace, justice, and material prosperity. Spiritual authorities govern religious matters, teaching doctrine, administering sacraments, guiding souls towards salvation. Each has its proper sphere and should not usurp the other's role. But because the spiritual end is higher than temporal ends, spiritual authority has a certain primacy. When temporal rulers command what contradicts divine law, spiritual authorities can and should condemn such commands and release subjects from obedience. When disputes arise about the boundaries between temporal and spiritual jurisdiction, spiritual authorities have the final say because they judge according to eternal rather than merely temporal standards. This was a bold claim that supported papal supremacy over secular rulers. Yet Aquinas did not endorse unlimited papal power. The Pope's authority extends only to spiritual matters and to temporal matters, insofar as they affect spiritual welfare. The Pope cannot simply seize temporal power or depose kings at will for political reasons. There are limits even to papal authority, grounded in natural law and the proper functions of each type of authority. Modern thinkers have generally rejected this subordination of temporal to spiritual authority. The principle of separation of church and state reflects concern that religious authorities not control government. But Aquinas would argue that separation cannot be absolute. Religious convictions inevitably shape political judgments about justice, about the purpose of government, about the nature of the common good. The question is not whether religion influences politics, but how, through what channels, with what limits. Aquinas' most distinctive contribution to political philosophy may be his development of just war theory. Under what conditions is war morally permissible? The early Christians tended toward pacifism, but by Aquinas' time, Christianity had embraced the Roman just war tradition developed by Augustine. Aquinas refined this into the clearest systematic statement of just war criteria. 3 conditions must be met for war to be just: legitimate authority, just cause, and right intention. First, only public authorities, not private individuals or groups, may wage war. War is a political act requiring the authority of those responsible for the common good. Private violence is murder, vigilantism, vendetta. Public violence exercised by legitimate authority for public purposes is potentially justifiable. Second, there must be just cause. The other side must have committed some serious wrong that warrants military response. This typically means armed aggression, grave injustice that cannot be remedied by other means, or failure to make restitution for wrongs committed. Mere desire for expansion, vengeance, or glory is insufficient. The wrong must be real and serious, not imagined or trivial. Third, the intention must be right. The war must be waged to restore justice and peace, not to satisfy anger or hatred, not to inflict unnecessary suffering, not to pursue selfish gain. Even if the cause is just, fighting from the wrong motives corrupts the action. The goal must be a just peace, reconciliation after victory, restoration of right order. Later, thinkers added additional requirements about proportionality and discrimination that are implicit in Aquinas. The harm caused by war must not exceed the good achieved. Non-combatants must not be deliberately targeted. Only necessary force may be used. These principles attempt to limit the devastation of war while acknowledging that sometimes military force is necessary to prevent or remedy grave injustice. Just war theory has been both praised and criticized. Praised for providing ethical constraints on violence, for distinguishing justified from unjust war, for insisting that might does not make right. Criticized for legitimating violence that perhaps should never be sanctioned, for providing rulers with excuses to wage wars that benefit themselves while harming subjects, for being too abstract to guide actual decisions in the fog of war. Pacifists reject just war theory entirely, arguing that Jesus' teaching of non-violence is absolute and that the consequences of war are always so terrible that they cannot be justified. Reals reject it from the opposite direction, arguing that war is ultimately about power and survival, that moral constraints are naive idealism that puts one's own side at disadvantage. Between these extremes, just war theory attempts to take seriously both the moral constraints on violence and the tragic necessity of defense against aggression. Modern challenges complicate Aquinas' framework. Does nuclear deterrence meet just war criteria when it threatens disproportionate and indiscriminate destruction? Can terrorism ever satisfy the legitimate authority requirement? Does humanitarian intervention to stop genocide meet the just cause requirement? How does just war theory apply to counterinsurgency, where combatants and non-combatants are intermingled? Does preemptive war against gathering threats satisfy the just cause criterion? These questions show that Aquinas provided a framework requiring further development rather than a complete ethical system for all cases. His principles need interpretation and application to circumstances he could not have imagined. But the core insight remains valuable, that the use of force is a moral question subject to rational evaluation, that power must be constrained by justice, that even in war there are moral limits that must not be breached. Aquinas' political philosophy has been accused of being too accepting of hierarchy and authority, too ready to justify existing power structures, too willing to subordinate individuals to collective goods. Medieval society was hierarchical, feudal, patriarchal, authoritarian by modern standards. Did Aquinas merely rationalize this oppression? This is too simple. Aquinas did accept natural hierarchies of authority, believing that some forms of subordination are necessary for social order and human flourishing. Parents must have authority over children, teachers over students, rulers over citizens. But he insisted that all authority must serve the common good, and that authorities who exploit their positions for private benefit are tyrannical and may be resisted. He recognized fundamental human equality before God and insisted that even the lowest person has dignity that rulers must respect. Would Aquinas endorse modern liberal democracy? Probably not in its full form. He would reject radical individualism that makes personal autonomy supreme. He would reject moral relativism that denies objective truth about right and wrong. He would reject secularism that excludes religious considerations from public life. He would be skeptical of unlimited popular sovereignty without constraints of natural law and constitutional structure. Yet much in modern democracy aligns with his principles. The idea that government exists to serve the common good, not the ruler's private interest. The principle of limited government constrained by higher law, the requirement of consent from the governed, the right to resist tyranny, the protection of fundamental rights against state power, the preference for mixed constitutions with separated powers. Democratic theorists have drawn on Thomistic principles even when rejecting his theological framework. Contemporary Catholic social teaching has developed Aquinas' political philosophy in directions that support democracy, human rights, economic justice, and international law, while maintaining distinctively religious concerns about human dignity, the sanctity of life, the importance of family, and the limits of state power. Whether this development is faithful to Aquinas or a revision of his thought is debated, but it shows his continuing relevance for political theory. The enduring contribution of Aquinas' political philosophy may be its insistence that politics is a moral enterprise. Government is not merely about power or efficiency. It is about justice, about creating conditions for human flourishing, about pursuing the common good. Political authority is legitimate only when exercised for proper ends, according to moral principles. Citizens have duties to support just government and rights to resist unjust government. These insights remain urgent in an age when politics often seems divorced from ethics, when power politics and partisan advantage dominate, when the common good is lost amid competing interests. Part 7. Knowledge and Truth. How do we know anything at all? How does the mind grasp reality? What is the relationship between thought and the world? These are the foundational questions of epistemology, and Aquinas' answers reveal a sophisticated theory of knowledge that navigates between extreme rationalism and extreme empiricism. For Aquinas, all human knowledge begins with sensation. This is a radical claim in the context of medieval philosophy, where Platonic and Augustinian traditions emphasized innate ideas and divine illumination. Aquinas rejects these. At birth, the human mind is like a blank tablet, a tabula rasa in Latin. We have no innate knowledge of concepts or principles. Everything we know, we must learn through experience, beginning with the senses. This empiricist starting point aligns Aquinas with Aristotle against Plato. There are no Platonic forms existing in a separate realm of pure ideas. There are no innate memories of a previous existence among the forms. Knowledge comes through interaction with the material world. The eye sees colours and shapes, the ear hears sounds, the hand feels textures. These sensations are the raw material from which all knowledge is constructed. But sensation alone does not constitute knowledge. Animals have sensation, often more acute than human sensation. Dogs smell better, eagles see better, bats hear better. Yet animals do not have knowledge in the full sense because they cannot abstract universal concepts from particular sensations. They respond to individual things but do not grasp universal natures or form judgments about reality. This is where human cognition differs fundamentally. We possess intellect, a power that transcends sensation by abstracting universal forms from particular instances. When I see multiple horses, my senses register each individual horse with all its particular features. This brown mare, that white stallion, that young foal. But my intellect abstracts from these particulars the universal concept horse, the essence common to all horses regardless of their individual differences. How does this abstraction work? Aquinas distinguishes between phantasms and intelligible species. A phantasm is a mental image produced by sensation and retained by imagination and memory. When I see a horse, my senses produce a phantasm representing that particular horse. This phantasm is particular and concrete, tied to the individual thing sensed. It cannot directly produce intellectual knowledge because intellect knows universals, not particulars. The active intellect, a power of the human mind, operates on these phantasms to produce intelligible species. The active intellect illuminates the phantasm, extracting the universal form from the particular material conditions. It dematerializes the sensible form, producing a purely intellectual representation that can be grasped by the possible intellect, the receptive power that actually understands. Think of it like light making colours visible. Colours exist potentially in objects, but they become actually visible only when light illuminates them. Similarly, universal essences exist potentially in individual things, but they become actually intelligible only when the active intellect illuminates them. The active intellect is like a light that reveals the universal in the particular, the necessary in the contingent, the intelligible in the sensible. This process explains how we can have universal knowledge despite starting from particular sensations. I see individual dogs and cats and horses. From these particular sensations, my intellect abstracts the universal concepts dog, cat, horse. These concepts apply to all members of the species, not just the individuals I have actually sensed. They grasp what it is to be a dog, the essence of dogness, which exists in every dog but is understood universally by the intellect. But here is where problems arise. If all knowledge begins with sensation, and if sensation is always of particulars, how can we know necessary and universal truths that hold in all possible worlds, not just in the actual world we experience? Mathematical truths, like 2 + 2 = 4, seem necessary and eternal. They do not depend on whether any actual things exist. Yet if all knowledge comes from experience, how do we know these truths? Aquinas argues that while the content of knowledge comes from sensation, the form of knowledge comes from the intellect itself. When the intellect abstracts universal concepts from particulars, it not only grasps essences, but also recognizes necessary relationships between them. Once I understand what a triangle is and what three sides are, I immediately see that triangles necessarily have three sides. This is not learned from experience, but recognized by intellect grasping the essences involved. Similarly, the first principles of thought and being are known immediately once we understand the terms. The principle of non-contradiction. A thing cannot both be and not be in the same respect at the same time. The principle of causality. Every effect has a cause. These are not inferred from observation, but grasped as self-evident by intellect reflecting on its own concepts. They are the foundation of all reasoning, the axioms from which all demonstration proceeds. This explains how we can have certain knowledge despite the fallibility of sensation. Sensation can err. I see a stick in water and it appears bent. But intellect, working on properly formed concepts, cannot err about self-evident principles or valid demonstrations. Error enters through faulty premises, invalid reasoning, or misapplication of principles, not through the intellect's essential operation of understanding. But critics question this entire framework. First, the distinction between sensation and intellection seems questionable. Modern cognitive science suggests that perception itself involves conceptual processing. We do not passively receive sensations and then intellectually process them. Rather, perception is already interpretive, already shaped by concepts and expectations. The sharp division between sense and intellect may not reflect how cognition actually works. Aquinas would respond that he's analyzing the logical structure of knowledge, not the temporal sequence of psychological processes. Even if sensation and intellection occur simultaneously in actual cognition, we can still distinguish them conceptually. Sensation gives us awareness of particular material things. Intellection gives us understanding of universal essences. These are different cognitive achievements, even if they occur together. Second, the abstractionism seems problematic. When I abstract the concept horse from seeing individual horses, what exactly am I doing? Am I discovering a universal that exists in the horses themselves? Or am I creating a mental category for organizing similar individuals? If the former, this seems to revive Platonic forms. If the latter, this seems to make universals mere mental constructs. Aquinas navigates between these alternatives through moderate realism. The universal exists in three ways: ante-rem, in re, and post-rem. Before things in the divine mind as the eternal idea according to which God creates. In things as the common nature really present in individuals. After things in the human mind as the abstracted concept. So the universal is not merely mental, because it exists really in things, but it is not a separate Platonic form, because it exists only in particular things and in minds. But this raises further questions. What exactly is this common nature existing in individuals? Take three horses. What do they share besides being called by the same name? Their DNA is different, their appearance different, their behaviors different. Where is this supposed universal nature they all instantiate? Nominalists from William of Ockham onward have pressed this objection. Universals are just names we apply to similar individuals. There's no real universal nature. Aquinas would respond that the common nature is the substantial form that makes each horse a horse, rather than something else. The form is not a part you could isolate like the heart or the hoof. It is the organizing principle that makes the matter into a horse, that gives it horse capacities and horse behaviors. This form is really present in each horse, not merely an abstraction. But we can only know it through abstraction because our intellect works discursively, moving from particulars to universals. Third, the theory of intelligible species seems to create an epistemic barrier. If what we directly know is the intelligible species in our mind rather than the external thing itself, how can we be sure our ideas correspond to reality? This is the problem that haunted Descartes and led to modern skepticism. Maybe our ideas are systematically mistaken about the external world. Maybe we are brains in vats being fed false sensations. How can we escape our own mental representations to check if they match reality? Aquinas would reject the premise. We do not know intelligible species as objects. We know through them, not them. The intelligible species is the means by which the mind conforms to reality, not an intermediary object standing between mind and reality. When I understand what a horse is, I am not contemplating an idea in my mind. I am grasping the nature of real horses existing outside my mind. The species makes this grasping possible, but is not itself what is grasped. But is this response adequate? It seems to merely assert direct realism without explaining how mental representations can provide direct access to extra-mental reality. Modern philosophy since Descartes has struggled with exactly this problem. The Cartesian turn to subjectivity. The Kantian distinction between phenomena and noumena, the pragmatist reconstruction of truth. All of these stem from dissatisfaction with the idea that knowledge is simply mental conformity to reality. Fourth, the whole apparatus of active intellect, possible intellect, intelligible species, and phantasms seems unnecessarily complex and based more on theory than observation. Can we not explain knowledge more simply? Empiricists say knowledge is just organized sensation. Rationalists say knowledge comes from innate principles. Kant says knowledge results from the mind, imposing categories on sensory manifolds. Why accept Aquinas' elaborate scholastic machinery? Defenders argue that Aquinas' theory actually explains features of cognition that simpler theories cannot. Pure empiricism cannot explain universal and necessary knowledge. Pure rationalism cannot explain how knowledge connects to reality. Kantian categories are imposed by the mind rather than discovered in things. Aquinas explains both the sensory origin of knowledge and its intellectual universality, both the mind's activity in knowing and its receptivity to reality, both the particularity of individuals and the reality of universal natures. Let us examine more closely how Aquinas understands the relationship between sense and intellect. He distinguishes internal senses from external senses. The 5 external senses perceive qualities of external objects. Sight perceives colours and shapes. Hearing perceives sounds, and so on. But we also have internal senses that process and organise these sensations. The common sense integrates the data from different external senses into unified perceptions. I see the colour and shape of an apple while simultaneously feeling its texture and smelling its scent. These are integrated into a single perception of the apple, not 5 separate perceptions. The common sense is what accomplishes this unification. The imagination retains sensory forms even when the external object is absent. I can imagine a horse even when no horse is present. This power allows us to think about absent objects, to remember past experiences, to plan future actions. Without imagination, cognition would be limited to present sensations. The estimative power in animals, or the cogitative power in humans, makes judgments about sensible things without abstract reasoning. A sheep sees a wolf and judges it dangerous without reasoning syllogistically about wolves. A human sees a friend and recognizes him without consciously inferring his identity from observed features. This power bridges sense and intellect, making immediate practical judgments based on sensory information. Memory stores not just images, but also temporal relationships and associations. I remember not just what I saw, but when I saw it and in what context. Memory provides the experiential basis from which intellect abstracts universal principles and from which I construct my personal narrative. These internal senses show that Aquinas does not have a simplistic view of sensation as mere passive reception. Sensation involves active processing, organization, retention, and evaluation. It produces a rich phenomenal world that serves as the material for intellectual abstraction. But sensation alone, however sophisticated, does not constitute understanding. That requires intellect abstracting universals and forming judgments. Aquinas distinguishes three acts of intellect. Simple apprehension grasps essences without affirming or denying anything. When I understand what a horse is, I am performing simple apprehension. This gives concepts but not yet knowledge in the full sense. Judgment combines concepts in affirmations or denials. When I judge that this animal is a horse or that horses are mammals, I am making claims about reality that can be true or false. Judgment is where truth and falsehood properly enter. Concepts in themselves are neither true nor false, only judgments are. Reasoning moves from known judgments to unknown conclusions through inference. When I reason that all mammals are warm-blooded, and horses are mammals, therefore horses are warm-blooded, I am demonstrating new knowledge from premises already known. This is the activity of science in Aquinas' sense, demonstrating truths from first principles. Truth for Aquinas is the conformity of intellect to reality. A judgment is true when what it affirms is the case, and false when what it affirms is not the case. This correspondence theory seems straightforward, but raises difficult questions. What does conformity mean? How do we know when our judgments conform to reality? What makes one side of the correspondence authoritative? Aquinas distinguishes truth in things from truth in minds. Things are true insofar as they conform to the divine intellect that created them. A good horse is a true horse, fully actualizing its equine essence according to God's creative idea. Things have truth by being what they are supposed to be. But this ontological truth is not the same as logical truth. Logical truth is the conformity of judgment to reality. When my mind grasps what something is and judges correctly about it, my judgment is true. Truth, in this sense, depends on the relationship between mind and thing. The thing measures my judgment. If my judgment conforms to the thing, it is true. If not, false. But there is a third sense in which mind measures thing rather than vice versa. Artifacts are true insofar as they conform to the maker's concept. A house is a true house if it matches the architect's design. Here the mind is the measure and the thing must conform to it. This reveals that the relationship between mind and thing is reciprocal. Natural things measure our knowledge of them, but artifacts are measured by the knowledge that produced them. All three modes of truth ultimately converge in God. The divine intellect measures all things, being the cause of their being. But the divine intellect also knows all things perfectly, so divine knowledge is both measure and measured, cause and effect, perfectly united. In God alone, being and knowing are identical, so God's knowledge is absolutely true by necessity. For us, knowledge is true only derivatively and fallibly. Our intellect is measured by things, not measuring them. We must conform our thinking to reality rather than reality conforming to us. This is why science requires observation and testing, why we can be wrong and must correct errors through better evidence and reasoning. But this raises the question of skepticism. How confident can we be that our judgments conform to reality? Aquinas is remarkably optimistic. He thinks we can have certain knowledge about many things through sensation and demonstration. Properly functioning senses accurately perceive sensible qualities. Intellect, correctly abstracting from sensation, grasps real essences. Valid reasoning from true premises yields certain conclusions. Yet he acknowledges limits. Sensation can be deceived by unusual circumstances. Abstraction can go wrong if based on insufficient or misleading instances. Reasoning can err through invalid inference or false premises. And some matters are simply beyond human cognitive capacity. We cannot comprehend God's essence or perfectly understand substances distinct from matter. Moreover, individual thinkers differ in cognitive ability. Some have keener senses, better memories, more active imaginations, sharper intellects. Education and practice improve cognitive performance. Sin and vice corrupt judgment. Social and cultural factors influence what seems plausible. So while truth is objective, our grasp of truth is conditioned by many factors. Contemporary epistemology has moved far from Aquinas. Foundationalism, the view that knowledge rests on indubitable foundations, has been largely abandoned for coherentism or reliabilism. The correspondence theory of truth faces challenges from deflationary, pragmatic, and pluralistic theories. The notion that concepts are abstracted from sensations has been replaced by various theories of concept formation. The idea that intellect is a distinct faculty from sensation has been rejected in favor of unified cognitive processes. Yet some contemporary philosophers find value in Aquinas' approach. His moderate realism offers an alternative to both naive Platonism and radical nominalism. His insistence that knowledge requires conformity to independent reality resists postmodern relativism. His recognition of different levels and types of knowledge accommodates the diversity of cognitive achievements from perception to mathematics to metaphysics. His integration of empirical and rational elements avoids the extremes of pure empiricism and pure rationalism. Analytical Thomists have attempted to reformulate Aquinas' epistemology in contemporary terms. They argue that his abstractionism can be understood as a theory of concept acquisition rather than a mysterious psychological process. His distinction between sensation and intellection corresponds to the difference between perceptual and conceptual knowledge. His theory of judgment anticipates contemporary work on propositional attitudes and truth conditions. Whether these reformulations succeed in preserving Aquinas' insights while avoiding his problems is debated. Critics argue that updating Aquinas evacuates his theory of its distinctive content, leaving only platitudes about knowledge requiring both experience and reason, both receptivity and activity. Defenders argue that the core insights about knowledge as conformity to reality, about the objectivity of truth, about the reality of universals, remain valuable, however they are expressed. Perhaps the deepest challenge to Aquinas' epistemology comes from naturalism. If the mind is just the brain, a physical organ produced by evolution, then knowledge is just neural processing shaped by selection pressures. There is no immaterial intellect abstracting forms, no agent intellect illuminating phantasms, no conformity of immaterial concept to material reality. Just information processing that was adaptive in ancestral environments. Aquinas would respond that naturalism cannot account for certain features of knowledge. The normativity of truth, that beliefs ought to conform to reality, that errors are failures, the necessity and universality of logical and mathematical truth, the ability of intellect to grasp abstract objects that have no physical instances, the fact that we can recognize our own errors and correct them through reflection. These suggest that knowledge involves more than mere physical causation, that intentionality and normativity require explanation that pure materialism cannot provide. Whether this response succeeds depends on broader debates about naturalism, intentionality and normativity that continue in contemporary philosophy of mind. What remains clear is that Aquinas' epistemology was a sophisticated attempt to explain how finite material sensory beings like us can nonetheless achieve genuine knowledge of universal, necessary and immaterial truths. Whether his specific apparatus of powers and species succeeds, the problem he addressed remains pressing. How does the human mind bridge the gap between sensory particulars and intellectual universals, between contingent facts and necessary truths, between subjective experience and objective reality? Part 8. The human soul. What are we? What is a human being? This seems like a simple question with an obvious answer, but answering it precisely reveals deep philosophical problems. Are we our bodies? Are we our minds? Are we some mysterious combination of the two? And if we are somehow both body and mind, how do these radically different things unite to form one person? Aquinas' answer is subtle, original, and profoundly influential. Humans are not angels accidentally trapped in bodies. We are not ghosts in machines. We are not computers running software called consciousness. We are embodied rational animals, single substances composed of matter and form, where the form is rational soul. This hylomorphic understanding of human nature attempts to preserve both our materiality and our spirituality without reducing one to the other. The soul, for Aquinas, is the substantial form of the living body. It is not a separate entity inhabiting the body like a pilot in a ship. It is not a subtle material substance made of ethereal stuff. It is the formal principle that organizes matter into a living human organism, the actuality that makes the body actually alive rather than just potentially capable of life. Every living thing has a soul in this sense. Plants have vegetative souls that enable nutrition, growth, and reproduction. Animals have sensitive souls that add sensation, locomotion, and emotion. Humans have rational souls that include all lower powers while adding intellect and will. The soul is not an extra ingredient added to an already complete body. It is what makes the body be the kind of body it is, what gives it life and its characteristic operations. This seems strange to modern ears. We typically think of soul, if we think of it at all, as consciousness or personality or spiritual essence. But for Aquinas, soul is simply the life principle, what distinguishes living from non-living things. A corpse has the same chemical composition as a living body, but lacks soul, lacks the organizing form that made those chemicals into a functioning organism. The human soul is unique among souls because it has operations that transcend matter. Intellect grasps universal and immaterial objects like justice, numbers, essences, will freely chooses between options not determined by material causation. These operations require powers that are not wholly dependent on bodily organs. While sensation requires sense organs and cannot occur without them, intellection does not require a bodily organ and can in principle occur without the body. This leads to Aquinas' striking conclusion: the human soul is subsistent. Unlike plant and animal souls, which exist only as forms of bodies and perish when the body dies, the human soul can exist separately from the body. It is a form, but not merely a form. It has its own active existence that does not depend on being in matter. When the body dies, the soul continues to exist, though in an incomplete and unnatural state. But this raises severe problems. If the soul is the form of the body, how can it exist without the body? Form and matter are correlative principles. Matter without form is pure potentiality, not actual. Form without matter seems equally problematic. How can an organizing principle exist with nothing to organize? This seems incoherent. Aquinas argues that the human soul is a unique kind of form, precisely because its highest operations transcend matter. While its vegetative and sensitive powers require the body, its rational powers do not. Therefore, the soul has a mode of being that is not wholly dependent on being in matter. It is simultaneously form of body and subsistent substance. This is paradoxical, but necessary to explain human nature. Critics, ancient and modern, have found this unsatisfying. Aristotelians like Averroes argued that if intellect is immaterial, it must be one and the same for all humans, not individual to each person. There is just one active intellect shared by all in which individual humans participate. This preserves the immateriality of intellect, but denies personal immortality. When the body dies, nothing individual persists. Aquinas vigorously rejects this. Each human has an individual rational soul that is both form of that person's body and subsistent substance capable of existing separately. The soul is individuated by its relationship to the particular matter it organizes. My soul is different from yours because it is the form of this body, not that body. Even after death, the soul retains this orientation toward the particular body it once informed, which is why resurrection of the same body is fitting. But Platonists and later Cartesian dualists have criticized from the opposite direction. If the soul can exist without the body and perform its highest operations without bodily organs, why is it form of body at all? Why not say humans are souls that temporarily use bodies as instruments? This would be simpler and would more clearly preserve the soul's independence and immortality. Aquinas rejects this too. Humans are not their souls. I am not a soul using a body. I am a composite of soul and body, a single substance with one act of existence shared by both principles. The soul without the body is not a complete human being, but only part of one. This is why the separated soul awaits resurrection, to be reunited with the body and restored to its natural mode of existence as a fully human person. This insistence on the unity of the human composite is one of Aquinas' most important and difficult teachings. Against Plato, he denies that we are essentially souls temporally embodied. Against materialism, he denies that we are merely bodies with no principle transcending matter. We are unified body and soul substances where each principle needs the other for the complete human being to exist. The soul needs the body because while the rational powers can operate without bodily organs, they depend on the body for their content. All human knowledge begins with sensation, which requires sense organs. Even when intellect abstracts and reasons about immaterial objects, it still uses phantasms, mental images derived from sensation. A soul without a body could not acquire new knowledge through normal human means. It could contemplate what it already knew, but could not learn as humans naturally learn. The body needs the soul, obviously. Without soul, the body is not alive, not organized, not functioning. It decays into constituent elements. The soul is what makes the body actually be a human body rather than just a collection of chemicals. But how exactly do soul and body interact? If the soul is immaterial and the body material, how do they influence each other? This is the mind-body problem that has vexed philosophy since Descartes made it acute. Sensations seem to cause thoughts. I see fire and think about heat. Thoughts seem to cause actions. I decide to raise my arm and my arm rises. But how can immaterial thought causally interact with material body? Aquinas would say this misstates the problem. Soul and body are not two complete substances that must somehow interact. They are two principles of one substance. The human being is the actor, not the soul or the body separately. When I see and understand, this is not the soul acting on the body or vice versa. This is me, the whole composite person, engaging in activities that involve both material sensation and immaterial intellection. Modern philosophy since Descartes has found this unsatisfying, which is why substance dualism, like Descartes', has been largely abandoned for either materialism or property dualism or other solutions. But the problem that drove Aquinas' solution remains: how to account for both the obvious dependence of consciousness on brain states and the apparent irreducibility of conscious experience to purely physical processes. Contemporary neuroscience has revealed the intimate connections between mental states and brain states. Damage to specific brain regions impairs specific cognitive functions. Drugs that affect neurotransmitters alter consciousness. Brain imaging shows neural correlates of every mental state. This seems to support materialism. Mind is just what brain does. But consciousness, intentionality and normativity resist materialist reduction. The subjective feel of experience, the aboutness of thought, the ought of reasoning, these seem qualitatively different from neural firing patterns. The hard problem of consciousness asks how physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience. No amount of objective third-person description of neural activity seems to capture the first-person character of consciousness. Aquinas would not be surprised by the tight correlation between mental states and brain states. He insisted that in this life, human cognition depends on bodily organs, even though intellect itself is immaterial. The brain is involved in producing phantasms, in directing attention, in supporting memory. Damage to the brain therefore impairs cognition not because intellect is material, but because the material conditions for its normal operation are disrupted. But intellect itself, the capacity to grasp universal and necessary truths, to recognize logical validity, to reflect on its own operations, cannot be reduced to material processes because its objects transcend matter. The concept of justice is not a pattern of neural firing. The number 7 is not a brain state. The recognition that modus tollens is valid does not have mass or location. These are immaterial objects grasped by an immaterial power. Critics respond that concepts and numbers are abstractions from material situations, that logical validity is a feature of symbol manipulation which can be implemented physically. But defenders of irreducibility argue that this does not explain the normativity involved. Logic is not just how we happen to reason, but how we ought to reason. Mathematical truths are necessary. They could not be otherwise. Intentionality involves genuine aboutness, not just causal covariation. Aquinas' account of the soul includes not just intellect, but also will, the power of rational appetite. Will is the capacity to choose based on intellectually grasped goods. Unlike animal appetite, which responds automatically to sensed objects, will can deliberate about options, compare different goods, choose long-term over short-term benefits, and even choose against apparent good when recognizing deeper goods. This gives humans freedom in a strong sense. Not mere randomness or unpredictability, but rational self-determination. We can step back from immediate desires, consider what is genuinely worth pursuing, and direct ourselves toward chosen ends. This freedom is grounded in intellect's ability to grasp universal goods. Because intellect can conceive of the perfect good, no finite good completely satisfies or determines will. We can always ask whether this good is really worth pursuing, whether another option might be better. But does this freedom require immaterial soul? Cannot a purely material system have degrees of freedom in processing information and selecting actions? Artificial intelligence systems can, in some sense, deliberate and choose. What makes human freedom special? Aquinas would argue that genuine freedom requires grasping objective value, not just processing inputs according to programmed rules. Computers follow algorithms determined by programmers and hardware. They do not ask whether their objectives are genuinely good, do not reflect on the meaning of their activities, do not recognize moral obligations. Human freedom involves seeing that something ought to be done, not just calculating which action achieves predefined goals. The immateriality of intellect and will grounds personal identity over time. Because my soul is not just a pattern of organization, but a subsistent substance, I remain the same person despite complete turnover of bodily cells. The 7-year-old child and the 70-year-old adult have no cells in common, yet they are the same person because they have the same soul. But modern theories of personal identity challenge this. Psychological continuity theorists argue that personal identity consists in continuity of memories, personality traits and mental states, not in an underlying substantial soul. Animalist theorists argue that we are biological organisms whose identity is bodily continuity, not mental continuity. Neither theory requires immaterial soul. Aquinas would respond that psychological continuity and bodily continuity both depend on the soul as their ground. Memories persist because the soul remembers. The body maintains biological continuity because the soul continuously organizes matter into living body. Without the soul as substantial form, there would be no principle of unity to explain how diverse properties and processes belong to one persisting thing. The most controversial aspect of Aquinas' psychology is his claim that the soul is naturally immortal. Because the soul has an active existence not wholly dependent on matter, and because what subsists cannot naturally cease to exist without being destroyed by external cause, And because immaterial beings have no parts that could come apart, the human soul naturally cannot die. This immortality is natural, not supernatural. It follows from the soul's nature as subsistent form. But it is incomplete immortality. The separated soul lacks the body needed for its natural mode of operation. It can contemplate truths already known, but cannot acquire new knowledge through sensation and abstraction. It cannot perform the bodily activities essential to full human flourishing. This is why resurrection is necessary for complete human existence. Critics raise multiple objections. First, if the soul is form of body, individuated by relationship to particular matter, what makes separated souls different from each other? They are no longer forms of different bodies. Do they lose individuality and merge into one universal intellect, as Averroes thought? Aquinas argues that the soul retains a kind of relation to the body even after separation. It is still the form that once organized this particular matter and is oriented toward being reunited with it. This relational property individuates separated souls, but critics find this mysterious. How can a relation to something that no longer exists individuate something supposedly subsistent? Second, how can a form exist without matter? This seems to contradict Aristotelian metaphysics, where form and matter are correlative principles. Aquinas essentially grants that the human soul is an exception to normal principles. It is a form, but also more than a form. But this exception seems ad hoc, driven by theological commitments to immortality rather than following naturally from philosophical analysis. Third, modern neuroscience makes soul-based immortality implausible. If consciousness depends so completely on brain function, if altering brain chemistry alters personality and cognition, if brain death means cessation of consciousness, what evidence is there for a subsistent soul surviving death? The tight dependence of mind on brain suggests materialist theories where consciousness is a function of living brain and ceases when the brain dies. Aquinas would respond that the dependence of human cognition on the brain in this life does not prove the intellect is material. An immaterial power can use material organs as instruments without being reducible to those organs. When the organs fail, the power no longer operates in the human mode, but might operate differently. But critics note that this is speculation driven by religious commitments, not by evidence or argument. Fourth, the very concept of disembodied existence seems incoherent. Without a body, the soul has no location. Without location, how does it relate to the spatio-temporal world? Without sense organs, how does it perceive? Without brain, how does it think? Separated souls seem like impossible entities. Minds without bodies in a universe where all causation is material. Aquinas acknowledges that separated existence is unnatural and incomplete. He does not claim to fully understand how separated souls operate. He insists only that they continue to exist because their subsistent nature means they cannot be destroyed by bodily death. But he admits this is mysterious and awaits revelation for fuller understanding. Perhaps the deepest problem is whether the concept of soul as form of body is coherent at all. If we take seriously the Aristotelian principle that form is the actuality of matter, then form without matter seems impossible. But if we allow that some forms can be subsistent substances, then why call them forms at all? They are just immaterial substances that happen to be capable of organizing matter. At that point, we are back to substance dualism, where soul and body are two distinct substances somehow united. Aquinas insists his view is distinct from dualism. The human being is one substance with one act of existence shared by soul and body, not two substances somehow conjoined. But whether this is coherent or collapses into either dualism or materialism is endlessly debated among interpreters. Contemporary philosophy of mind has largely moved beyond substance dualism to various forms of materialism, functionalism, or property dualism. The idea of an immaterial soul seems to most philosophers an archaic remnant of prescientific thinking. Yet the hard problem of consciousness remains unsolved. The explanatory gap between objective brain processes and subjective experience persists. Intentionality and normativity resist naturalistic reduction. Some contemporary philosophers suggest that Aquinas' hylomorphism, properly understood, might offer resources for addressing these problems without either reducing mind to matter or postulating mysterious immaterial substances. The idea that the human being is a unified organism with irreducibly mental properties emerging from, but not reducible to physical organization. This may capture insights from both materialist and dualist intuitions while avoiding the problems of both. Whether Aquinas' actual view supports such contemporary appropriation, or whether his commitments to immaterial intellect and personal immortality make his psychology incompatible with naturalism, is debated. What remains clear is that his attempt to understand human nature as genuinely embodied yet rationally transcendent, as naturally mortal in body yet immortal in soul, as one substance with both material and immaterial aspects, addresses perennial questions about what we are that remain unresolved in contemporary philosophy. Part 9. Where Aquinas fails. Every philosophical system has weaknesses. Even the most brilliant thinkers make mistakes, wrest arguments on questionable premises, fail to consider important objections, or simply reflect the limitations of their historical context. Aquinas is no exception. To understand him properly requires acknowledging where his arguments fail, where his assumptions are problematic, where his conclusions are dubious. This is not an attack, but honest assessment. The greatest tribute to a thinker is taking their ideas seriously enough to criticize them rigorously. The most devastating critique of the five ways comes from David Hume in his Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, and from Immanuel Kant in his Critique of Pure Reason. Hume's criticisms strike at the core of cosmological and teleological arguments. Kant's critique threatens to undermine the entire project of proving God's existence through reason. Hume's fallacy of composition challenges the assumption that what is true of parts must be true of the whole. Aquinas argues that because each thing in the universe is contingent, requiring a cause outside itself, the universe as a whole requires a cause outside itself. But Hume points out that this does not follow. Every brick in a wall might be small, but that does not mean the wall is small. Every member of a human body might be under 6 feet tall, but the person could still be 6 feet tall. Similarly, every part of the universe might be contingent, but that does not prove the universe itself is contingent. Aquinas would respond that he is not arguing about aggregate properties. He's arguing about existence itself. If each existing thing requires a cause for its existence, and the universe is just the collection of existing things, then what causes existence to be actualized in these things rather than nothing existing at all? But Hume's point remains. Explaining each member of a series might be sufficient without requiring an explanation for the series as a whole. Hume also questions whether causation is as necessary as Aquinas assumes. We observe constant conjunction, events of type A regularly followed by events of type B. But do we ever observe causation itself, some necessary connection between cause and effect? Or do we just observe succession and infer causation from habit? If causation is just regularized succession without necessary connection, then the principle that every effect must have a cause becomes dubious. Aquinas would respond that causation is not merely observed succession. It is a metaphysical principle known through intellectual reflection on the nature of change and being. When we understand what it means for something to change from potential to actual, we see that this requires something already actual. This is not empirical generalization, but conceptual analysis. But Hume would reply that this is exactly the problem. We are projecting our conceptual habits onto reality and mistaking them for necessary features of the world. Kant's critique cuts even deeper. Kant argues that existence is not a real predicate. When we say that God exists, we are not adding a property to the concept of God. We are asserting that the concept is instantiated in reality. But concepts alone cannot tell us whether they are instantiated. Nam iti. Existence must be established through experience, not through a priori reasoning about concepts. This threatens all the five ways. Aquinas argues from the existence of motion, causation, contingency, perfection, and order to the necessary existence of God. But if existence cannot be established through conceptual reasoning, then no matter how valid the logical inferences, they cannot prove actual existence. They might show that if certain things exist, then God must exist, but they cannot prove that God actually exists. Defenders of Aquinas respond that his arguments are a posteriori, starting from observed facts about the world, not a priori reasoning from concepts. He begins with experienced motion, causation, contingency. From these empirical starting points, he reasons to their necessary conditions. This is not deriving existence from concepts, but inferring causes from observed effects. But Kant would question whether even a posteriori arguments can reach beyond possible experience to prove the existence of something transcendent like God. The natural law theory faces equally serious problems. The is-ought problem looms large. Aquinas derives moral principles from facts about human nature. We have inclinations towards self-preservation, reproduction, knowledge, and social life. From these facts he derives that we ought to preserve life, procreate responsibly, seek truth, and live peacefully. But how does the fact that we have certain inclinations make it right to follow them? Rapists and thieves also act on natural inclinations. Does that make rape and theft morally acceptable? Obviously not. So there must be some criterion beyond mere natural inclination for determining which inclinations are morally good. But what is that criterion? Aquinas appeals to reason, recognizing which inclinations fulfill human nature. But how does reason determine this without prior moral intuitions about what is good? The problem becomes circular. We identify natural inclinations by what we think is good, then we claim what is good is determined by natural inclinations. If we already know that rape is wrong, we can identify the inclination to rape as disordered. But if we did not already know rape was wrong, how would we determine that this inclination is disordered rather than natural? Aquinas' teleology makes this even more problematic. He assumes every natural kind has a telos, an inherent purpose toward which it tends. Eyes are for seeing, hearts are for pumping blood, sexual organs are for reproduction. From these purposes he derives moral principles. We should not frustrate natural purposes, should not use organs for ends contrary to their natural functions. But modern biology undermines this teleological view. Organs evolved through natural selection because they increased reproductive success, not because they fulfill predetermined purposes. Eyes exist because creatures with light-sensing organs survived better, not because there is some cosmic purpose called seeing. Sexual organs exist because reproduction passes on genes, not because there is some essence of sexuality independent of evolutionary history. Once we abandon inherent teleology, natural law theory loses its foundation. Without objective purposes built into nature, there are no natural functions to violate, no proper uses to conform to. Purposes become subjectively assigned, and morality becomes whatever we decide, not what nature dictates. Aquinas would respond that final causality is real and observable, even if we explain how purposes arose through evolutionary history. Hearts pump blood regardless of how they evolved. This function is not subjectively assigned, but objectively present. But critics respond that calling this a function rather than just an effect is projecting purpose where none exists. The heart does not pump blood for any reason. It just does, and we call it a function because we benefit from that effect. The doctrine of double effect faces devastating objections. The distinction between intended and merely foreseen consequences seems psychologically dubious and morally arbitrary. If I perform an action knowing it will kill someone, how is that really different morally from intending to kill them? In both cases, I choose an action that I know will result in death. Why does the verbal description of my intention matter? Consider strategic bombing in World War II. Allied forces bombed German and Japanese cities, killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. Military planners knew civilians would die, but claimed they intended only to destroy military targets and industrial capacity. The civilian deaths were foreseen, but unintended side effects. Does this distinction make the bombing morally acceptable? Critics argue no. If you know your action will kill thousands of innocents, and you choose to do it anyway, you are choosing to kill them. Describing your intention differently does not change the moral reality. You are treating innocent lives as acceptable losses, as means to your military ends. This violates the principle that we should never treat persons merely as means. Defenders respond that there is a genuine distinction between aiming at an outcome and accepting it as a side effect. Intentions structure action in ways that matter morally. Someone who kills deliberately as a means to their goal has become a killer in a way that someone who accepts deaths as regrettable side effects has not. But critics remain unconvinced. Both are choosing actions that result in death. The distinction seems like rationalization. Moreover, the doctrine allows perverse manipulation. Clever moral reasoning can redescribe almost any action to satisfy the four conditions. I do not intend to kill civilians. I intend to demoralize the enemy by destroying their cities, and civilian deaths are merely foreseen. I do not intend to abort the fetus. I intend to remove the uterus, and fetal death is merely foreseen. By manipulating descriptions, we can justify nearly anything. Aquinas' metaphysics faces problems from modern physics. The distinction between potentiality and actuality assumes that change is metaphysically fundamental. But modern physics suggests that fundamental reality might be static. The universe as a four-dimensional block where past, present and future all exist timelessly. Change is just our experience of moving through time, not a fundamental feature of reality. If so, potentiality and actuality are psychological categories we project onto a static reality, not objective metaphysical principles. Quantum mechanics undermines Aquinas' principle that nothing can actualize its own potentiality. Quantum fluctuations seem to be uncaused events. Particles pop into existence without any prior actual being to actualize their potential. Virtual particles constantly appear and disappear in quantum fields. If quantum mechanics is correct, the foundation of the cosmological argument collapses. Defenders respond that quantum events occur within quantum fields governed by laws of physics. The fields and laws are themselves actual beings requiring explanation. Random quantum fluctuations do not explain why there are quantum fields at all, rather than nothing. But this seems like moving the goalposts. If uncaused events are possible at the quantum level, the principle that everything requires a cause is empirically falsified. The essence-existence distinction, cornerstone of Aquinas' metaphysics, is questioned by many contemporary philosophers. Is there really a distinction in reality between what a thing is and that it is? Or is this merely a distinction in how we think about things? When I understand what a horse is, am I grasping something distinct from the fact that horses exist? Or am I just thinking about horses in an abstract way without making existential commitments? Some argue the distinction is trivial. Of course, we can define terms without knowing whether they refer to real things. But this is a feature of language and thought, not of reality. Things do not really have two metaphysical components called essence and existence. They simply exist, and we can describe their essential properties. Others argue the distinction is meaningless. What could it mean for essence and existence to be really distinct if they are not separable parts? If every essence that exists has existence, and every existence is the existence of some essence, in what sense are they distinct? Aquinas says they are distinct as potency and act, but this seems circular. We understand potency and act through the essence-existence distinction, so we cannot use potency and act to explain the essence-existence distinction. Aquinas' psychology is perhaps the weakest part of his system. The notion of subsistent form is barely coherent. If form is the actuality of matter, then form without matter seems impossible by definition. Aquinas' claim that the human soul is both form of body and subsistent substance seems to combine incompatible ideas. Either it is form, in which case it cannot exist separately, or it is substance, in which case it is not really form of body. The apparatus of active intellect illuminating phantasms to produce intelligible species seems like overly complex speculation with no empirical support. Modern cognitive science explains concept formation through neural networks and statistical learning without requiring immaterial powers or spiritual illumination. The phenomena Aquinas tried to explain can be explained more simply and more scientifically without his elaborate metaphysical machinery. His arguments for immortality are unconvincing. Even granting that intellect is somehow distinct from material organs, why think it continues after death? Consciousness depends completely on brain function. Damage the brain, and consciousness is impaired or destroyed. When the brain dies, all evidence suggests consciousness ceases. Postulating a surviving immaterial soul seems like wishful thinking driven by religious commitments, not by philosophical argument. The claim that separated souls retain individuality is especially problematic. If souls are individuated by their relationship to particular bodies, what happens when those bodies no longer exist? Do the souls become identical? Aquinas says they retain a relational property to their former bodies, but this seems metaphysically bizarre. How can a relation to something that does not exist individuate different substances? Aquinas' ethics suffers from absolutism that leads to implausible conclusions. His natural law principles generate absolute prohibitions that seem to ignore morally relevant considerations. Lying is always wrong, even to save innocent life from murderers. Contraception is always wrong, even to prevent disease or poverty. Suicide is always wrong, even for someone suffering unbearable agony with no hope of relief. These absolute rules seem more rigid than moral reasoning should be. His treatment of women reflects medieval prejudices that we now recognize as deeply wrong. He accepted Aristotelian biology, claiming that women are defective men, produced when the male seed fails to fully form a male. He argued that women should be subordinate to men in marriage and society because men are more rational. He denied that women could be priests because women cannot represent Christ, who was male. These views are not incidental errors, but integrated into his philosophical system through his understanding of nature and natural law. His endorsement of religious coercion is morally repugnant by modern standards. He argued that heretics who refuse to recant after instruction should be executed to prevent them corrupting others. He endorsed forcible conversion of pagans' children. He supported religious censorship and the suppression of views contrary to Catholic doctrine. These positions follow logically from his premises about truth, authority, and the common good, but they lead to morally unacceptable conclusions that violate human rights and dignity. His just war theory, while admirably attempting to constrain violence, sets the bar too low. The requirement of just cause can be satisfied by all manner of doubtful claims. The requirement of right intention is easily manipulated by self-deception. The principles do not prevent most actual wars because every side claims justice and right intention. History shows that just war theory has been invoked to rationalize countless wars that we now recognize as unjust. Perhaps most fundamentally, Aquinas' entire project rests on assumptions that modernity has called into question. The assumption that reality is intelligible, that it has rational structure accessible to human minds. The assumption that teleology is real, that things have purposes and natures independent of our interpretations. The assumption that reason can discover objective moral truth, that ethics is not merely subjective preference or social construction. The assumption that faith and reason are complementary, that philosophical argument can establish religious truths. Each of these assumptions is contestable. Post-Kantian philosophy has questioned whether reason can know things as they are in themselves, or only as they appear to us through our conceptual frameworks. Evolutionary biology has undermined teleological thinking by showing that apparent purposes are products of selection, not designed ends. Moral philosophy increasingly acknowledges diversity and disagreement that challenges claims of objective universal truth. Secularism insists on separation between religious faith and philosophical reason. If these fundamental assumptions fail, the entire Thomistic edifice collapses. Without real teleology, natural law has no foundation. Without confidence in reason's power to grasp reality, the five ways prove nothing. Without objective moral truth, virtue ethics becomes just one option among many. Without compatibility of faith and reason, Aquinas' synthesis dissolves into incoherence. Yet we must be careful not to overstate the case. Criticisms are not automatically refutations. That Aquinas' conclusions conflict with modern assumptions does not prove he is wrong, and we are right. Perhaps modern philosophy has gone astray. Perhaps abandoning teleology was a mistake. Perhaps radical skepticism about reason's power is self-defeating. Perhaps moral relativism is incoherent. The point of cataloguing objections is not to dismiss Aquinas, but to understand his thought clearly, to see where it rests on contested premises, where arguments have gaps, where conclusions need qualification. Honest critics acknowledge the power of his system while identifying its limits. Honest defenders acknowledge problems while arguing they can be addressed or that the overall framework remains valuable despite them. What makes Aquinas important is not that he resolved all philosophical problems definitively. No philosopher has done that. What makes him important is the scope of his ambition, the rigor of his method, the depth of his insights, and the continuing relevance of the questions he addressed. Even where we judge that he failed, we learn from understanding why and how he failed. Even where we reject his conclusions, we benefit from engaging seriously with his arguments. Part 10. The Living Debate. 7.5 centuries after his death, Thomas Aquinas remains vigorously alive in contemporary philosophy. This is remarkable. Most medieval thinkers are studied only by historians. Their ideas are museum pieces, interesting for understanding the past, but not relevant to current debates. Not so with Aquinas. He continues to provoke fierce argument, to inspire new interpretations, to shape contemporary discussions in metaphysics, ethics, and philosophy of religion. Why has Aquinas endured when so many others have been forgotten? Several factors explain his continued relevance. First, the comprehensiveness of his system. He addressed virtually every major philosophical question: the nature of existence, the possibility of knowledge, the foundations of ethics, the existence of God, the nature of law, the structure of virtue, the relationship of mind and body. This breadth means that philosophers working in any area can find resources in Aquinas. Second, the rigor of his method. Whatever one thinks of his conclusions, his arguments are models of careful reasoning. He defines terms precisely, distinguishes relevant senses, considers objections systematically, argues step by step from premises to conclusions. This methodological discipline makes his work valuable even to those who reject his metaphysics or theology. Learning to think like Aquinas teaches philosophical skill. Third, his integration of reason and faith proved prophetic. The modern separation of philosophy from theology created problems that Aquinas' synthesis anticipated. How do we relate scientific knowledge to religious belief? Can morality be grounded without God? What is the proper relationship between secular authority and religious institutions? These remain urgent questions, and Aquinas' attempts to answer them, even if ultimately unsuccessful, provide frameworks for thinking about them. Fourth, philosophical fashion has vindicated some of his central ideas. The 20th century saw revival of virtue ethics after a century of consequentialism and deontology. Philosophers rediscovered Aristotelian essentialism as an alternative to nominalism and conventionalism. Natural law theory found new defenders among both religious and secular thinkers. Philosophy of mind struggled with problems of intentionality and consciousness that Aquinas addressed. In each case, returning to Aquinas proved philosophically fruitful. The contemporary landscape of Thomism is diverse and contentious. Traditional Thomists, often associated with Catholic institutions, defend something close to Aquinas' original system. They maintain his metaphysics of act and potency, his epistemological realism, his natural law ethics, his arguments for God's existence. They see Thomism as a comprehensive alternative to modern philosophy, offering resources for addressing contemporary problems while remaining rooted in perennial truths. Transcendental Thomists, following the work of Joseph Maréchal, Karl Rahner, and Bernard Lonergan, attempted to integrate Thomism with Kantian insights. They accepted that knowledge requires active construction by the knowing subject, not just passive reception of forms from objects. They emphasized the dynamism of human inquiry, the drive toward unlimited being and truth that points toward God. They reformulated Thomistic metaphysics in terms of consciousness and subjectivity rather than objective being. This movement was influential in mid-20th century Catholic theology, but has waned. Traditional Thomists criticized it for abandoning Aquinas' realism and objectivity. Analytical philosophers criticized it for obscure phenomenological language. The project of synthesizing Thomas and Kant proved difficult, perhaps impossible. The two thinkers rest on incompatible foundations. Aquinas assumes the mind can know reality as it is. Kant insists we know only appearances structured by our concepts. Analytical Thomism has been the most vibrant recent development. Starting in the 1970s and 1980s, philosophers trained in analytical philosophy began seriously engaging with Aquinas. Peter Geach, G.E.M. Anscombe, Anthony Kenny, and later John Haldane, Eleanor Stump, Brian Davies and others brought the tools and standards of analytical philosophy to Thomistic texts. What distinguishes analytical Thomism? First, methodological, using formal logic, careful conceptual analysis, and attention to arguments rather than authority. Analytical Thomists are willing to reject Aquinas when his arguments fail. They do not treat his texts as infallible but as philosophical proposals to be evaluated critically. Second, engagement with contemporary philosophy. Analytical Thomists participate in mainstream philosophical discussions. They publish in top journals, attend major conferences, debate with non-Thomists. They do not confine themselves to Catholic institutions or Thomistic circles. This has made Aquinas relevant to philosophers who would never open the Summa Theologica. Third, selective appropriation. Analytical Thomists do not defend every aspect of Aquinas' system. They extract what seems philosophically valuable while abandoning what seems indefensible. Some analytical Thomists reject his arguments for God's existence while defending his virtue ethics. Others accept his metaphysics while rejecting his natural law theory. This pragmatic approach treats Aquinas as a resource to be mined, not a system to be accepted whole. But this creates internal tensions. If you strip away the theological framework, the medieval metaphysics, the outdated science, how much of Aquinas remains? Critics argue that analytical Thomism is Thomism in name only, that it retains Thomistic vocabulary while abandoning Thomistic substance. Defenders respond that they are recovering the philosophical core of Aquinas' thought from the accidents of his historical context. Major contemporary debates within and about Thomism reveal the vitality of the tradition. The dispute about the essence-existence distinction continues. Is it a real distinction in things, or only conceptual? If real, what is its character? How does it relate to the distinction between substance and accidents? Different Thomists give different answers, citing different texts from Aquinas, offering different metaphysical analyses. the debate about universals remains live. Moderate realism says universals exist in things, not as separate Platonic forms, but as common natures really present in individuals. But what exactly is a common nature? How does it exist in individuals without being individualized? If individualized, how is it common? Thomists offer various solutions. Some emphasize the role of the intellect in abstracting universals, others emphasize the causal powers grounded in common natures, others develop formal ontologies to specify the mode of being of universals. The relationship between theology and philosophy in Aquinas' system is contested. Did he genuinely separate them, allowing philosophy autonomous domain? Or is his philosophy always in service of theology, shaped by Christian commitments? Can non-believers adopt Thomistic philosophy without the theology? Or is the whole system so integrated that removing theology distorts everything else? Conservative Thomists insist on the unity of faith and reason in Aquinas. His philosophy cannot be properly understood apart from his theology. His arguments presuppose Christian metaphysics even when not explicitly invoking revelation. Liberal Thomists argue that his philosophical arguments stand independently. The 5 ways do not require faith to understand or evaluate. Natural law theory can be developed without theological premises. The disagreement reflects different interpretations of the same texts. The problem of the unity of intellect that divided Aquinas from Averroes remains philosophically interesting. Is intellect individual to each person or universal? Modern cognitive science suggests that much of cognition is realized in brain processes that are certainly individual, but the content of thought seems universal. When you and I both understand that 2 + 2 = 4, are we grasping the same truth or 2 distinct truths? Aquinas says one truth, 2 individual acts of understanding. But how does this work metaphysically? Contemporary virtue ethics draws heavily on Aquinas, but with significant modifications. Philippa Foot, Alasdair MacIntyre, Rosalind Hursthouse and others have revived virtue theory while dropping Thomistic metaphysics. They defend virtue without natural law, without fixed human nature, without teleology in Aquinas' sense. They emphasize practical wisdom and character while remaining agnostic about souls and essences. Can virtue ethics survive this detachment from Thomistic foundations? Some argue yes. We can identify virtues through reflection on human flourishing without metaphysical commitments about essences and purposes. Others argue no. Without objective human nature, virtue becomes whatever we decide, losing its normative force. The debate continues, with Thomistic virtue ethics representing one pole. Natural law theory remains influential in legal philosophy and bioethics. Contemporary natural lawyers like John Finnis, Germain Griset, and Robert George have reformulated Aquinas' approach. They identify basic goods, self-evident values that provide reasons for action: life, knowledge, friendship, practical reasonableness, aesthetic experience, religion. These goods ground moral principles without requiring biological teleology or Thomistic metaphysics. This new natural law theory claims to avoid the is-ought problem while preserving objective morality. Basic goods are recognized as valuable through practical reason, not derived from facts about nature. Moral principles follow from the requirement to respect these goods in all our choices, never acting directly against any of them. But critics question whether this truly avoids deriving ought from is, whether the list of basic goods is arbitrary, whether the absolute moral rules can be justified. The most intense contemporary debates concern Aquinas' philosophy of religion. Are the 5 ways successful? Can they be reformulated to avoid modern objections? Or should they be abandoned as failed arguments from a prescientific age? Defenders like Edward Feser argue that the five ways, properly understood, remain powerful. Critics misunderstand the arguments, projecting modern assumptions back onto medieval texts. The arguments are metaphysical, not empirical. They prove God's existence as necessary ground of being, not as hypothesis to explain phenomena. Critics remain unconvinced. The arguments rest on contested metaphysical principles, the impossibility of infinite regress, the reality of causation, the primacy of actuality over potentiality. Even granting the metaphysics, the arguments at best establish a necessary being, not the God of classical theism. Additional arguments are needed to show this being is omnipotent, omniscient, perfectly good, personal. And those arguments face their own objections. The problem of evil remains the strongest challenge to Thomistic natural theology. If God is omnipotent and perfectly good, why is there suffering? Aquinas' solution that evil is privation, that God permits evil for greater goods, that free will requires the possibility of sin, seems inadequate to the reality of horrendous evils, childhood cancer, natural disasters, genocide. Contemporary philosophers of religion debate whether any theodicy can succeed, whether belief in God can be rational in the face of evil. Applied ethics has seen significant Thomistic contributions. Catholic bioethics draws heavily on natural law and the doctrine of double effect to address abortion, euthanasia, reproductive technology, end-of-life care. Whether these applications succeed, or whether they impose rigid rules insensitive to individual circumstances, is hotly debated. Thomistic just war theory informs debates about humanitarian intervention, terrorism, nuclear deterrence, drone warfare. Whether it provides genuine guidance or merely rationalizes violence is contested. Political philosophy has seen renewed interest in Thomistic ideas about the common good, subsidiarity, natural rights, and the limits of state power. Against libertarians who prioritize individual freedom over social obligations, and against communitarians who subordinate individuals to communities, Thomists offer a middle way. Persons are essentially social, but the common good consists in conditions for individual flourishing, not in collective goals that override personal good. Whether this middle way is coherent, or whether it collapses into one extreme or the other, is debated. Does emphasizing the common good justify restricting individual liberties? Does emphasizing personal rights undermine social cohesion? How do we balance competing goods when they conflict? These questions show that Thomistic political philosophy, far from being settled doctrine, generates ongoing argument. The most intriguing contemporary question is whether Aquinas' thought can engage productively with non-Western philosophy. Christian missionaries brought Thomism to Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but often as European import imposed on local cultures. Can Thomistic categories illuminate Confucian ethics? Can natural law theory dialogue with Buddhist metaphysics? Can Aquinas' arguments for God engage with Hindu theology? Some argue yes. The perennial questions about being, knowledge, good, God, transcend particular cultures. Thomistic answers, while culturally conditioned in expression, address universal human concerns. Others argue no. Thomistic thought is inextricably Western, shaped by Greek philosophy and Christian theology. Imposing it on other traditions is philosophical colonialism. The truth likely lies between. Genuine dialogue is possible, but it requires humility, willingness to learn, and recognition that Thomism does not have monopoly on wisdom. Looking forward, what future does Thomism have? 3 possibilities suggest themselves. First, ongoing decline. As society becomes more secular, as philosophy becomes more naturalistic, as Catholic institutions lose influence, Thomism fades to historical curiosity. This seems unlikely given the recent vitality of analytical Thomism and the enduring interest in virtue ethics and natural law. Second, persistence as minority tradition. Thomism continues among conservative Catholics and sympathetic philosophers, developing in dialogue with contemporary thought but remaining marginal to mainstream philosophy. This seems most likely. Thomism will neither dominate nor disappear, but will persist as one option among many, influential in certain areas, ignored in others. Third, unexpected revival. Philosophical fashions change unpredictably. Perhaps growing dissatisfaction with naturalism's inability to explain consciousness, intentionality and normativity will drive philosophers back to Aristotelian Thomistic metaphysics. Perhaps the apparent exhaustion of post-Kantian philosophy will prompt return to pre-modern realism. Perhaps social and moral crises will make natural law and virtue ethics more attractive. Unlikely, but not impossible. What is certain is that the conversation with Aquinas will continue. Every generation must reread him, reinterpret him, decide what to accept and what to reject. This is not mere antiquarianism, but philosophical necessity. The questions he addressed are permanent human questions. The arguments he developed remain among the most sophisticated ever offered. The system he constructed represents one of the peaks of human intellectual achievement. Even those who ultimately reject Thomism benefit from engaging with it. Understanding Aquinas clarifies the alternatives. Criticizing him sharpens philosophical skills. Appropriating his insights enriches contemporary thought. Whether as opponent or ally, as historical figure or contemporary interlocutor, Thomas Aquinas remains essential to anyone seeking to understand the deepest questions about reality, knowledge, goodness, and God. The final assessment must be balanced. Aquinas failed to achieve what he attempted: a complete synthesis of faith and reason, an irrefutable demonstration of God's existence, an absolute foundation for objective morality, a comprehensive explanation of reality. No philosopher succeeds at such grand ambitions. But in the attempt, he made permanent contributions to philosophy: rigorous methods of argumentation, sophisticated metaphysical distinctions, nuanced ethical frameworks, profound insights into human nature. We cannot simply adopt Thomism wholesale. Too much has changed. Our science is different, our philosophy is different, our society is different. But we can learn from Aquinas how to think philosophically, with care, with rigor, with system, with openness to truth wherever it leads. We can appropriate his insights while rejecting his errors. We can honor his achievement while moving beyond it. This is how philosophy progresses. Not by forgetting the past, but by engaging it critically. Aquinas engaged Aristotle, Augustine, Avicenna, building on their work while correcting their mistakes. We engage Aquinas in the same spirit. The conversation continues across centuries, each generation adding its voice, none having the final word. This is the living tradition of philosophy at its best. Ancient wisdom meeting contemporary questions, reason seeking truth, minds encountering the deepest mysteries of existence. And in that ongoing conversation, Thomas Aquinas remains an essential voice, 7.5 centuries later, still challenging us, still teaching us, still showing us what philosophy at its highest can achieve.